talking about the SCADA migration. This is the training for it. So let's everyone click on this training button that you should see on your top menu bar. The graphics you're looking at are actually Carbon Canyon graphics right now, so anything you touch is live here, except for the things on this training page. Debbie, you're going to be pump station 1. Harry, you're going to be pump station 2. Tyler, you're going to be pump station 3. Danny, you're going to be pump station 4. Andy, you're going to be pump station 5. And Justin, you'll be pump station 6. So that'll be your, this is kind of not real equipment that you can play around with and you won't break anything. It's all in a simulation mode.
What's the maintenance on your stuff?
It's maintenance. They have maintenance mode.
It's in maintenance mode. So you have to go to the operator and then put it in maintenance mode.
No, you can.
Alright, so the first thing we're going to talk about are the different modes that you're mentioning. Since that's kind of in every single object that you're going to see in this project. So under normal conditions, you would see this running with just gray on the outside. That's part of the high performance HMI. It's not supposed to catch your eye in any kind of way, shape, or form. If it's running in program mode, when you click on the object, it'll tell you right here. Your other indicators that there's nothing. If you see any kind of O or an M, that means that there's something wrong or someone's done something to put it in a manual mode. If you click on this little guy with the hat, this is the operator mode. You'll see that little O symbol pops up next to my level transmitter that I just selected. If I click this little green button that's putting it back into program mode, this is your new SCADA auto. And then the O goes away. I'm going to jump over to the maintenance tab. This is the one that you, for this type of instrument, is what we're using the most. So as you can see at the top, we still get our program status. We also have this other little bar beneath it. And essentially the reason that that's there is you can be in maintenance mode and also be in program or operator mode at the same time. If we click this little question mark up here, you'll see this in every block, but the contents of it will change once in a while. If you get a help display, and it's basically going to tell you all of the different status indicators for that block and what they mean. The ones that you'll see most frequently for these blocks are these two, the alarm inhibit and the maintenance bypass. Alarm inhibit basically means that someone has gone in and they've either shelved or they've disabled an alarm associated with that piece of equipment. And then the maintenance bypass is someone's deciding to either substitute a process variable, which we'll get into in a second, or they've disabled the device. Beneath that, you get indicators for your alarms. Your low is going to be a little yellow arrow pointing down. Your high is going to be a yellow arrow pointing up. High will be the red double arrow pointing up. And low will be your red double arrow pointing down. Kind of getting back to the modes, you see right here that we have all of our modes listed here that you should see. Program won't ever show up because we programmed this in such a way that you won't ever see that green icon come up, except in one place. We'll talk about that later today. But if you're ever not sure of what's supposed to happen with your modes, you can click this question mark and it brings open another page. And this gives you the hierarchy of how everything will run and what will supersede what. So the top is the most important and has the highest priority. Essentially, if you ever see this one that says no mode, just call DCS right away. There's a problem with the programming. You should never, ever do that one. The next one down is your hand and local. And essentially, this just means that someone has taken it out of remote in the field. Can't do anything from SCADA. you'll have to go out to the field, physically turn the device on or off. Put it back into remote, you will be able to do something. I'm going to show you what this little indicator looks like. So whenever you see me using this page over here, it's me using some pre-programmed simulation stuff to show you what will happen. So see how we get this little H that pops up around all of our pumps? Means that they're now all in hand out in the field. Can't do anything. Going to change the equipment. You have to go out into the field. The next one down is maintenance. Basically, maintenance allows you to bypass lots of safeties. You need to let you substitute process variables if you need an instrument tech to go look at a device. The next one is override. You're not going to see this in the project. We don't use it. It's not good. Override is basically a mode where the programmer does something in a certain way. You will bypass all the safeties that prevent that device from running, and it'll just go anyways. So we didn't use that because it's a liability issue. You might find other programmers down the road that decide they like it. And then down below you have program and operator mode. The program just means that the PLC is controlling the device. Operator mode means that you are getting to make choices for the device itself.
So when this is an operator locked, is the operator that locked it the only one that can unlock it?
No, so any other operator could unlock it.
Okay.
There's no, the only one that.
So what's the point of the lock-in?
There is no point.
Good question.
It's a good question. We don't use it. We don't lock the program in any kind of way.
Well, I was just thinking of, you know, if you're out there in the field and you need to lock this in
Mhm.
and you're doing work,
Right.
you know, who's to say somebody else is going to come in if they don't know and unlock what you're, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. So a better way to do that, and we'll get into this with like pumps, because I'm guessing that's what you're looking at, is there's a disable button.
Okay.
So that might be a better indicator to someone saying, hey, don't run this piece of equipment. And it'll actually prevent people from just randomly putting it in operator or program mode and trying to start it. Any other questions?
So essentially, we shouldn't even use the lock button because it's not good.
You can use it. I can show you how easy it is to undo it. If I go back to my home page, I click this,
Yeah.
and then I click again. All it does is it requires another action to put it back into program mode.
I noticed that, but I was just,
Yeah, you don't have a. Right. So that's pretty much it for the mode block. It's used everywhere. You see it all the time. We're going to talk about analogs now. There's two different ways you're going to see an analog presented to you. One is kind of this vertical bar graph, and the other one is just kind of a standard indicator with the number displayed. When you click on each one, though, they're going to give you the same faceplate. It'll be the same look and feel to it. Nothing really different between the two. So if you have alarms configured here as well, you'll see your high, what it's set for, your high, your low, and your low. If they are configured and within range of the transmitter. A lot of the time, instead of disabling or not configuring an alarm, what we'll do is we'll set it so that the process can never reach that value. So like we'll put a minus 10,000. We don't want to see that alarm, or we'll put a positive 10,000. And then these won't show up. If you go to your maintenance tab, this is where you're going to set up your alarms. And this is something that you guys have access to. You click on this maintenance button. This see that you can now edit your alarm set points. You can type in whatever you want, so why don't everyone go ahead and do that real quick.
Am I supposed to have access to all of them?
You should have access to all of them.
It doesn't allow me to on this.
You have to put it in maintenance mode first.
No.
Go back to the tab you're at,
Pick whatever number you want.
and then that
Can't
one.
mess it up.
Miss Tyler. I'm in training. Yeah. Alright, no problem. Tom, where you at?
So once you've edited your alarm set points, you should be able to see them over here on your home page. And then if you edited the level transmitter, you'll see gray lines show up on your scale indicator. Those are your actual alarm set points in comparison to the scale range of the transmitter.
It's highlighted in green because it's a training program, right? It won't stay highlighted in green.
This right here,
Yeah, like,
this shows up this way because you're in maintenance mode.
okay.
If you were not in maintenance mode, it would not highlight you like that. If I go back to my home page and I release maintenance mode,
Alright, and I'll give you the
It's on.
big little
Okay,
outer
yeah.
range.
Oh,
so pump station 2, we can see right now is in a high alarm. It's flashing magenta color at us because it's a priority 1 alarm. And it also has this priority 1 indicator in the top left corner.
Only one pump station.
No, it's fine. So if I change the priority of it down to 2, and this is something you guys don't have access to. You can see what the priority is, but you can't change it. I'm logged in as an engineer, so I can change it. The next time that alarm comes in now, it'll be a priority 2 instead of priority 1. Back to our maintenance mode. So if you're in maintenance mode and you're on this home page, Justin mentioned that you saw this highlight green. And basically it's an indicator as to what value we're using in the program. Right now we're using the scaled process variable, that's what PP stands for, from the instrument. If we were to click this bottom kind of orange box with the blue arrow, it'll let us substitute the process variable. So instruments that you would probably do this a lot with are pH, Z-chlor, residuals, turbidity.
So that's, it pretty much just locks the value in.
It locks it
Whatever variable you put in.
Right.
Well, and say when you hit that button and at its current position, it'll stay that number until it's changed?
No.
Or you have to
click
physically
out, it
change it?
changes back.
Right. If
No,
you-
no, no, well, once you lock it, it's gonna take that, whatever value it is at the time and lock that one until you change that.
Yes, so it's gonna lock that value in that was previously at. If you decide, hey, my number was bad, I need to put something else in, you can click on that box
And change it.
and change it that way.
Gotcha.
Like look here, it pops up in keypad, you don't have to click on these, you can actually just use the
25.
keypad. And it'll take any number that you type in. So whether that's within range or out of range, so you have to be careful.
Big.
Yeah, and the process will react based on the number you type in. The last indicator on this homepage is this kind of bottom left corner. And right now it says COM good. The only other indicator that will really show is COM/module fault. And essentially it'll pop up this way if your instrument goes down or the PLC card faults. And it'll flash red at you and it'll give you priority 1 alarm for most of the instruments. Back on the maintenance tab. So everyone found the threshold, which are your alarm set points. This dead band over here is the value that it will reset at. So it has to drop, in this case, a 10th of a foot below 12, so it will reset at 11 points. Another thing you can do is, let's say you're getting a nuisance alarm and you think your delay is not long enough. You can click on this text that says PD high. And right here, you can set the delay for that alarm to whatever you want it to be. Just be careful with it. Sometimes the alarm points are used to trigger process reactions. This one, then I can type in a really large number. 2. So it takes that, and then if you're ever wondering if your alarm timer is counting up, if you're not sure about it. So I can see my counter timing up right now. So once it reaches my set point, it'll trigger the alarm and the process will react how it's supposed to. If it's supposed to give me a call out alarm, it will. Any questions so far on what you may or may not use this for?
When your input condition is showing the geeks on, there's a T, is that for transmitter, for operator?
No, so that T is what's called a geek delay. You always want to leave this 0. If you type a number in here, essentially what it's going to do is a double timer. So it'll stack this, it'll wait 30 seconds, let's say, if I do this. And then it'll pass this, and then it'll do this timer down below. So we always leave it at 0 so that you're not having to question what's going on in the process. The other one at the top is the input failure. Essentially, if your scale range goes too low or too high, it's going to trigger an alarm. And these are all priority ones. The next tab is the engineering tab, and this one you guys don't have access to, but it's kind of important to know. I'm going to log out, just so I can show you what it's supposed to look like. So everything's grayed out right now. I can't change anything, but what I can get is I can get a description, I can get a label. In the case of this type of instrument, the label is what is going to appear in this top line. I get my smart tag number, which is going to be relevant when you start doing trending and reporting. I also get my scaled value from the instrument. It's a 4 to 20 all the time. We haven't had any that aren't. And then whatever the instrument's actually scaled to within the vertical. So this guy should always match up with the instrument. We had a couple times where instrument tech wanted to change that. No. Tab 2. The only one that's really relevant is the number of decimals to display. If you ever need this change for whatever reason, all the decimals were defined in the PCNs that we gave you. But if you ever need to change, Debbie needed some tank levels changed to 2 decimal. It's really quick. Anyone with engineering access can come in, pick the number 0 through 40. That's how many you can get. The next tab is a trend. This one's not incredibly useful. It only trends while you have this window open, and it only gives you 2 minutes at a time. So if you need a piece of information really quickly, from here, you're better off clicking this little icon in the corner. This will pop up in a 24-hour trend for you.
Trigger?
So if you click this little icon down here,
Oh, the little trend.
it'll pop up in a 24-hour trend, and I'll show you what it looks like so you can see it. So we'll cover trending a lot more later on, but this is what that pop-up would look like. The data was within Historian. Down here you get a nice pretty picture of how alarm events are displayed. Any questions so far?
On your priorities, I know you talked about them, but does it show it throughout your if you're navigating?
So do you mean like this going out?
No, like your actual priority, priority 1 or priority 2.
Yeah, so the priority ones, those are all your dial outs. We kept that. Priority 2 is everything else.
But does it show it on the pop-up?
So right here, see how there's this number 1
Right.
flashing at me? So that's my priority 1. It also shows up here. And then in your actual process, see how I have this number 2 up here? On tertiary.
Uh-huh.
That means there's actually a priority 2 alarm within the tertiary section of the plan.
Okay.
And then if I were to click on tertiary, it would show me more specifically where that alarm is generated from.
So right now I clicked on the pump station 2 on that high level.
Mm-hmm.
So it's telling me priority 1 right here.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So if nothing's an alarm, it's not going to show you any priority.
Right, if nothing's an alarm, it'll just be gray. The best example to look at is the home page. So see how everything is gray right now, nothing's an alarm. They don't have to react to anything yet. The last page in these analogs is the alarm bell. So this is a pretty good example of all the different states that you'll see this in right now. Gray means that, or gray with this little rectangle around it, means that the alarm is configured and it will trigger should that event occur. This flashing at you means that it's an unacknowledged alarm. The red indicates that it's a priority 2. It's also indicated by this little diamond with the number 2 within it. And then a priority 1 is the circle, number 1, and it's the magenta color. The last thing to note is, see this little indicator with the wrench? It means I'm in maintenance bypass. For an analog, it specifically means that someone's substituting the process variable. You'll see it a lot. It's good to know. Switches that are coming back into your system, so your pressure switches, your level switches, flow switches, all that fun stuff. screen, they don't look a whole lot different than your analog signals. The only difference is that down below it'll say one of two different messages that are typed in within this faceplate. Look over here, you can see, all right, during 0 it'll say okay, in this case during 1 it'll say alarm. Almost all of these are.
Alright, turn that page.
Oh, how did I get this one? So I clicked on this pump pressure switch, pump PSH. So another thing you're going to start to see a lot of are the ISA abbreviations for instruments, because we're limited on the number of characters we can type in. So you'll start to see things like PSH for pressure switch high, or LIT for level indicating transmitter. So something
What can you see?
good to get to know.
Do you have a book on just definitions or acronyms?
There is, there's one at Carbon that Richard has, and we can send that out to everyone. It would be helpful for you guys. It's also going to come into play in your smart tags too, so another good reason to know it. But if I click on my pressure switch again, I don't really have a whole lot of information because this is just a signal that's on or off. There's no real mode assigned with these ones, it's just always in program mode. I can choose to substitute the process variable like that, put it into an alarm state. You can see that it changes down here.
Why would you want to force it to an alarm state though?
You wouldn't necessarily want to, unless you wanted to check to make sure an alarm was working.
Oh, okay.
Usually you would be taking it out of the alarm state and putting it into the OK state. I get that same kind of checkbox with the return arrow to acknowledge my alarm. I get the same maintenance bypass indicator for when I'm substituting the process variable. My maintenance tab, really there's nothing here that you will want. This timer should always be 0. Essentially if you turn that to anything but 0, if it sees that input come on, it's going to hold it on for that duration. If you need to set a delay for that alarm, you're going to click this target disagree. We get that same pop-up from the analog alarm. In the engineering tab, you can find out a little more about the device. You get the long description, the short description that shows up in this top field. And then you get the tag. These aren't trended for the most part, so you don't have to know them as much, but it'll also give you what the field instrument is tagged as. You get the OK, and then the alarm state. These are configuration things that we do. They'll always be checked this way. Nothing to worry about there. On the alarm page, we get our one alarm for this device. We can see that it's configured. We can choose to shelve or disable, just like all of the others. We can also see our priority if we go to the engineering tab. Any questions? That one's pretty straightforward. Okay. Let's get into our pumps. That's what we all care about.
You're overestimating.
That's what we all might care about. Okay, so we saw what these things look like in hand. I get my indicator on my little icon on my process display. I get my little indicator up here saying it's in hand. I get it to show up, hey, I'm hand out here in the field. I can't do anything from SCADA. I get my operator mode, little symbol pops up next to the pump. I can then choose to start or stop the pump.
Blue's ready.
So blue is your starting symbol. You're going to see that happen whenever your pump is, the output for the command for the pump to start has turned on, but it hasn't received the running feedback yet. Once it receives the running feedback, it's going to turn white.
So that your transition or no?
That's your transition state, yeah. And then you'll see the same thing when it goes to stop.
Well, on your valves, probably jumping ahead, but on your valves, same thing for blue's transition.
Valves will do the same thing. They'll turn blue while they're moving, and then once the feedback matches up, it'll be white. Or once it thinks it's stopped.
Could you?
This little icon right here is going to bring you to your runtime display. And you're going to get a statistic for runtime during this particular start. So if you have a WAS pump and it's been running for 8 days, you're going to see that number show up here. You get a maximum for any set of starts. So if you run it 5 times and they're all different values, you're going to see whichever duration was the longest.
Is there a way, like, let's say you wanted to run a pump from the SCADA in hand, but you only wanted to run it for 5 minutes? Can you set a timer?
No, you can't do that.
Okay.
That would be cool.
Why do we pay all this money?
The patient.
Thanks.
Let's see.
We need some more flexibility with this thing.
Need a little more flexibility. need pre-built.
We want to set it and forget it. Yeah. Like a little rotisserie.
That's right. All right, so your total accumulated running hours, that's the runtime for that pump. And then number of starts is down below. This icon over here is going to reset that particular value. That's in here. So you go to 0. Then if I start to back up, start back up, and count up again. The engineering tab on this one, there's nothing there for you. It's always the same. It says this is a runtime block. Okay, the next symbol over this, these are your permissives. So these are items that are going to prevent you from starting your pump. They won't stop the pump, but they will keep you from starting it up. So the first one we can see is our pressure switch. One thing that you can do for some of these is that you can click on this text and it'll pop open the actual device faceplate on your screen, and you can see the status of it. It's like on this level transmitter. I click on it and it opens up my level transmitter faceplate. It's useful if, let's say, your pump's on one page, but you've got an analog signal on a different page or interlocked with something else. So if my permissive is okay, I'm going to see this black box with the green check mark. And then if it's not okay, it's going to change to this red X. And then also on my home page, you see that now my permissive from a green circle is now a red stop sign. In addition to that, I also get this little kind of brown stop sign symbol that pops up next to my pump. And then it also shows up on this diagnostics tab. And it'll tell me why I'm not able to run my pump.
Which tab?
This kind of stethoscope looking.
Oh. With the stop sign?
Yep. One thing to note is that whenever you see any symbol show up, and you click on that device, it'll show up in this top banner for what it's related to.
Okay.
If you see that little stop sign or the maintenance bypass, it'll show you where it's being done. So one thing to note is that certain permissives and interlocks are set up to be able to be bypassed by DCS. So if you go to this maintenance tab, you can see which ones are set up that way. Essentially, if you need to bypass a permissive or an interlock, the procedure that officers decide to put in place is that you'll call DCS up and they will be the ones to put in maintenance and bypass it.
Is over that?
Sorry, so if you click on your permissive symbol, and then you go to this maintenance tab. And then on the engineering tab, it'll tell you, hey, this is the pump station, whatever pump permissives. I go to the second page. It tells me what the OK state is, whether that's supposed to be on or off. And then this last page is how you set up the navigation. So the clicking on the text that brings up that other faceplate. Any questions so far? Pump station number 2. Alright, Barry, why don't you start up pump number 1 and we'll show the difference between the permissive and interlock.
Pump number 1?
Yeah.
There's running.
So I've got my pump running, my permissives are green, so Barry was able to start the pump up. My interlock is also green. So the difference between a permissive and an interlock is that an interlock will prevent you from starting it, but an interlock will also shut down a pump should it already be running.
Well, say it again? It'll shut it down if it's running. If it's running and you tell it to.
So if it's running and let's say your pressure switch goes high and it's configured as an interlock, it'll shut the pump down. In addition to preventing you from starting that running pump. Yeah.
And then you click on the stethoscope or whatever they call
Right, and then you can click on this guy and say, hey, that's an interlock, that's not okay. In addition, my interlock also turns to that red stop sign. On my interlock page, it looks slightly different than my permissive for when something comes up. I get yellow X, or red X, sorry, with a yellow background. If I go to the OK state and I reset my alarm, everything becomes green and happy.
it? Then you have to restart that.
And then you'd have to restart the pump if you wanted to run it again. If it was in program mode and the program was calling for it to run, it would start on its own.
Oh,
Okay, so moving on to the maintenance tab. We get our same mode indicator up here. You can see hand, maintenance, the override mode if it was configured, program mode, and operator mode. If we put it in maintenance mode, we then get an option to be able to disable the device. When I disable this device, if it was running, well, 1, it'll stop running. 2, I get this little red no symbol that pops up.
No tool.
Yep.
That's funny.
If I release this back into operator mode and I go back to my home page, I see, hey, this is disabled. I'm not allowed to start or stop. The intent behind the operator mode and maintenance mode and the difference between the two, normally you would configure, like, junior operators you'd set at just operator security, and then anyone who's more experienced you'd put into the maintenance group as well, so they could enable and disable. That's not the way units operate. Everyone gets maintenance mode access. So if you ever see this red no sign, it means that someone did this intentionally. As to why they did it though, you have to ask them. If I go to my diagnostics page now, it says device disabled by maintenance. Once I'm done having this disabled, I just click the screen checkbox and I'm ready to run again. So this area is a box for DCS group. Essentially, if you need to bypass an interlock, this is where they're going to do it at. Down below, this is the fail to start and the fail to stop delay times. It's basically once the output goes on for the pump to run, it's going to wait 10 seconds in this case. If it doesn't see that running feedback, it's going to generate another alarm for you. Same thing with the fail to stop. If you tell the pump to stop but the running feedback never goes away, it'll generate an alarm. The one time you would likely see this is like in the bar screens. It's in the middle of the cycle and it takes too long. One thing that you shouldn't check or uncheck, we don't have a way to lock you out of it, but is this use run feedback. If it's not checked, it's not going to do any kind of checking with the
I like that.
fail to start or fail to stop. It's also not going to give you true status of that pump coming back either. So it'll immediately change you from blue to white.
So does that mean all the training stuff's on that pump too? Is that-
All the trending.
Yeah, if you.
Yeah, if you have trending for it, yeah, it's not going to show you correct information for that.
Okay, thanks.
So don't touch that one, please.
Yeah, right.
Now that I've told you how to do it, you're going to go.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Any questions so far on these pumps? Anything that you think you might have done in the old system right? Not sure how you do in the new yet.
Almost every pump is different.
Huh?
So it seems like a lot of the pumps are like different. You have to like do different steps to get them to run.
But with this program, like we have the capability, more capabilities than we used to.
Oh,
with
yeah.
software.
Of course.
To turn on and
MSAT
off.
this and
Stop
stop
pumps, yeah. It's a lot more.
Yeah.
It's true. There are a lot more bells and whistles to this. Engineering tab. This is one that you guys won't have access to. Melo. You get the long description of the pump, the label that shows up underneath the pump, and then your smart tag.
Are we gonna be able to see it, or is it just gonna be all blacked out, or we won't even have a tab?
You'll have the tab.
You'll see it's great.
It'll be grayed out like
Okay, so,
that.
okay, yeah, that's fine.
So you can't change it, but you can see all the information.
We'll still have access to see it.
Yeah. Tab 2, it's going to tell you everything that'll stop the pump, which is good to know. Fail to start and interlock strip are the ones that we use. All of them. We don't ever use the IO fault. Most because during the transitions we found there was an issue with it. Called Harry out a couple times.
For sure. Cheese.
So we stopped doing that. Diagnostic page we've kind of touched on, but once the device disabled by maintenance. Do you ever see this configuration error, just called DCS? It means someone goofed up on the programming side. The device interlock's not okay, and device permissive's not okay. Those ones you'll see pretty frequently. IO fault, you shouldn't see see this very often. Device failure, you shouldn't see that too often on standard pump, but like anything with a VFD, you might see it. So there's usually feedback for that. Operator stop command, this you shouldn't ever stop. Once the operator presses stop, it should just stop. We don't make that an alarm again. So that's pretty standard operation for you guys. And then device logic disabled / no mode called DCS. That's the problem that only they're going to be able to fix. Alright, so this is your alarm tab. The IO fault, you'll see this highlighted in kind of the gray box in most of the project. It will generate alarms should it see the IO fault, but it's not going to stop the pump from running. Interlock trip, you won't see that alarm. Usually we trigger it off of the specific device because interlock trip in general isn't very descriptive enough for you guys to know quickly what the problem is. Fail to start, fail to stop. Those are pretty standard. It's just like the other alarm pages. You can click on it, you can see, you can shelve it, you can enable it, you can disable. You can see the priority, you can see whether it's configured or not. So now that I've put these into this weird state, why doesn't everyone go ahead and try and run their pump just to make sure everyone can?
Really quick question, on the shelved,
Yes.
this remaining shelf time, can I adjust that time?
No, you can't. You can get engineering to do it. Essentially, it's on that engineering tab. If you look at the top.
Go to the engineering tab.
Yeah, there. Then if you go to page 2.
So can I change that?
You can't change it. You guys have access to that one. All right, is everyone able to run their phone? One thing to note is that see this little eye, that someone's inhibited an alarm for a little bit of time. I know that if I come here, I can see which alarm it is, and then I can see that someone shelved it. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's a good example.
Well, I thought I unshelved it, I thought I unshelved it.
But this guy right here
Oh, yeah, there you go.
unshelved it. And the same thing actually happens if I click the disable button.
Not yet.
Next one. The next block we're going to talk about is the VFD block. These ones are set up a little bit different than the ones at Carbon, just so that you can see all of the different features within it. If we put our regular pump and we put our VFD pump side by side, you can see there's a lot of similar features to them. In our operator mode, we still get start, stop. In addition, this is a jog button. We don't have that enabled at Garmin, but it is a feature that can be enabled in the future.
How'd you get to the VFD?
The reclaim pump,
Oh.
our currently they have it, right?
They don't have it.
For the reclaim pumps?
No. The jog.
The one that has the OHZ on it?
Oh, bottom,
They didn't.
bottom 2?
How they would want it.
Which one is the jog button?
It's this grayed out one right here.
Oh, okay.
If I stop my pump, what I can do is I pick a direction, which you have to be careful of,
Right.
and then I hold this button down, and it jogs as long as I keep the button held down. And then when I let go, it stops.
If we had that option.
Right, if you needed that option.
They'll never give it to us because they'll be afraid somebody will run it in the wrong direction.
That's probably true.
I don't know when you could use that on some airplanes.
I haven't broke that.
How come it says, jogging Richard forward?
Because we set up Richards that way. That's the pump station Richard was using. So,
What? Where do you see that?
You get the jog, mine says jogging Richard forward.
yeah, so what you can do and what Ed did, because he was being funny.
Mine doesn't say that.
Does it say jogging Harry forward?
So,
Mine just says jogging forward.
in the engineering tab, you can type in whatever you want into these, and Ed was being funny and typed in Richard forward and Richard reverse.
Won't let me type on mine.
I know you don't get access to
This
How do you get that fun?
No.
Sorry, you don't
I
want to see
can,
what
I
I'm
can
going to type in
picture all the
there anyway.
messages I'm getting.
Right, there's a reason.
I'm like, no, this is how I run that plan.
You're taking all the fun out of it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The next plan will make it more fun.
This could be very comical.
It would be very common.
So Leo,
Yes,
I'm in the VFD and I'm putting a number into the reference number.
yes.
I can see it, the percent output coming with it, but it's not reaching the 100.
Oh, so, yeah, this is a simulation block. We didn't spend a ton of time setting all of these
Oh,
up.
okay, all right.
So that's why you're not seeing it come back as 100. They actually set to 0 to 60.
Okay.
This hurts, right?
Yeah.
This hurts.
Might be done the water bottle option.
Hurts.
All right. Back to our pumps. We get the same runtime indicator as our previous regular pump. How the middle one works.
So if that reference hertz is in 0 when you hit start, it won't start the pump?
It'll start it in idle.
Okay.
So whatever your pump minimum speed is something you're gonna wanna know.
Got it.
There's a place where you can actually set that, so that no one accidentally goops it up. But if you come over to your maintenance tab, you can go to page 2, you can set the speed reference limits, put minimum and maximum. If you need to clamp a pump, that's just where you do it too.
Got it.
So an example of that is this is where the pumps get clamped at. Correct?
Right. Okay, cool.
I'll explain that.
The other indicators you get on your screen, you get the same permissive page. This will vary based on each pump. That's how they're configured in program. And the same interlock page. Down below, you get a direction indicator. Then you also get the feedback. Right now, it's configured for hertz. And then, as Justin mentioned, this is where you type in a reference should you want to run it manually.
Oh, okay. Mine just has a percentage. It didn't have hertz. I thought it was like,
Oh, okay. If you go to the engineering tab, you can actually set units here.
not worried about it too much.
At carbon, we use percent, and then for chemical pumps, we use GDH.
I like it.
What's gallons per hour?
Goals per hour. Goals.
Goals for
Why does it have to be a soccer reference?
Don't you have goals in football?
No, it's field goals.
Field goals?
Different.
Oh.
another thing you get down here,
We'll call it home plate.
you won't see at carbon, is this direction indicator. We don't use it, everything runs forward.
That'd be like for conveyors or something.
Right, conveyors, some grinders, you can change the direction on. The same thing will actually pop up over here if we configure them to run in reverse as well. is that down here you get that same kind of module console status. These are in a simulation programming mode because I don't want to have to try and do things within a certain time frame. It's just to help me out while we're looking at these things.
Did we get access on the bar screens at Carbon to run that in reverse?
No,
No.
it's just an output to go.
Forward.
Yeah,
On
it
board.
is basically a run command. And it's not necessarily an access level either, it's just the overall SCADA system just tells that package, hey, run. And then we tell which bar screen to run to. That's it. If we have a maintenance tab with the same maintenance request, we can also disable pump or VFD pumps, it'll do the same thing. We get the same interlock and permissive bypass for DCS. We get the same checkbox that you should leave alone for,
Never touch it.
that's right. This is bumpless program / operator transition. If you take a VFD pump from program mode to operator mode, it's going to keep that previous speed reference command until you change it yourself. Makes sense. If we go to page 2, fault reset output, you don't have to worry about pumps and carbon don't have remote resets programmed this way. They're done differently. They do have it. The start and stop fail alarm delays are right here. Then maximum jog time if you want to set that. Should you have jog configured for a pump. So if you want to keep someone from running the pump indefinitely and holding that mouse button down, you can set this to 15 or 20 or 30. And they'll only be able to run it for that long.
So I'll fall asleep on it.
and hold the button.
Faces on the mouse.
Well, you could like,
Set a book on it.
that's what I was just gonna
Yeah.
say. In theory, you could set something on it that, and not even realize that you.
That's exactly why I didn't give us that option, because
That's something I would do, buddy.
And your creative ways.
Got the wrong guy.
Speed reference limits, minimum and maximum.
That's a honey badger thing.
He goes that way.
Everybody knows who the honey badger is.
I don't know, between you two, I think you're the worst honey badger.
What are you talking about?
Have you seen the video?
I've seen the video. I know the
I've
video.
seen the video. They should have recorded yesterday's class, not ours.
Maybe.
Did you record yesterday's? No? Oh my gosh, what were you thinking?
If we go to the engineering tab, we see how this is configured. You can see whether it's percent, hertz, GPH.
That's for the VFD pump, right?
This is for the VFD pump. This loopback, don't have to worry about. This is for only use when we're in this special simulation mode that I have it in right now. Page 2 is where you're going to get your long description, the short description that shows up here, your smart tag, and then if there's something set up, such as the Richard running forward, it would be set here. If we go to page 3, this is where you can see all the configuration for the pump. Now, if I go back to my home page, I can see that I don't get the jog anymore. Pretty straightforward and easy to set up if it needs to be added. So, you're going to see at Carbon that none of the jogs are set up to run backwards. That box will always be unchecked. Navigation is always checked. Interlocks are always checked, and runtime should always be checked. This navigation to restart inhibit, but it's not used. That would be used if you needed to specifically limit number of starts per hour and you wanted to keep someone from doing it too often. We found that it actually creates more issues than
Leo,
Yes.
besides DCS, who else has engineering permission?
So manual does, so your supervisor as well, and then also technical services.
Oh,
I should probably take a look at it.
Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. I hope he watches this video.
You might. If we go to page 4, we could say IO fault. It'll start and electrics to start the stuff. These guys down here will be set based on specific application. The speed reference. Essentially what this means is that if it was in program mode and any of these were checked, you could actually manually intervene at any time without having to put it in operator mode. A couple places where that's done is blowers, the start and stop command is there, and then the bleach pumps are set this way too. Questions so far? This is a page you're not ever going to have to worry about, but if you ever want to come here, operator stops, never selected. We want you to put it in operator mode and then stop it. We don't want you to try and stop it because then the program may still be calling for it to run. And then this is actually really counterintuitive. If it's checked, it triggers an alarm if you put it in local in the field and you're going to stop it. And then this is just feedback for the simulation mode that we're in. And then this last page, this will only ever be set up if your track has some sort of communication protocol to it. So Modbus or Ethernet or any of those. Diagnostic page, pretty much the same thing as what's in the standard pump. You get a drive not ready added into this. This will usually be triggered by a BFD fail alarm. The rest are all the same. On this one, you get a trend. Just like for the analog, though, this only does 2 minutes at a time. It only starts trending when you have it open. And it's only going to trend your reference and your feedback. Alarm page, pretty much the same thing with the addition of a drive fall added in. Does anyone have any questions on how you would do something? So the only other thing is notice that this is a slightly different shade of blue than my normal start and stop. More questions?
Why was it a different blue?
That's just the blue that's within the block.
So you can't jog a non-VFD pump.
Correct.
What would have the option for this?
Right. We don't have it enabled at Carbon. If we go look at tertiary where they're having a priority 1 alarm right now. And we go to SBS. We don't get any other job features. Alright, so there's one more motor block that I need to show you. And it's really simple and straightforward. This is a type of block that it looks the same, but you have no control over it. And really, it's just to give you, it's really to package this runtime within it so that it's not a random object somewhere else. But they call this a P motor ho block. And essentially it stands for hand only. You could only run this block from the field. It's something that, like for the primary scum pumps, clarifier rig drives, you can't control from SCADA at all, but you can see the running status come back and it'll change to the white color or the gray color based on whether it's running or not.
Why did they do that, Deb? There's sonic heads on that. For the-
No, to control the pump. The
Yep.
pump don't have the, what do you call those? The
There's no IO for it.
IO for it.
Oh,
Yeah.
It could be ran from SCADA.
okay, that's kind of what I was thinking.
There is an ultrasonic on these that goes local only to that specific
So
color.
you just didn't have the wiring.
Right, there's no wiring from it to SCADA to do it.
Gotcha.
So the next block we have is this valve C. And really, we use these as gates within the project. Influent gates, outfall gate, RW gate, filter influent gate. It is relatively similar to the VFD one. A couple of differences. We get the same indicator for our mode. If I put this in operator mode, I still get my operator symbol to show up over here. My control variable is my position command out to the valve. I can either click here and type in a number, or I can click this bar and drag it. And then here's my blue showing it's ramping up. And then my position feedback is listed down here. It's kind of confusing because this is also actually the command right here.
You can input on that block just below the dial.
Yes, well, I can input right here,
Okay.
or I can slide this bar. And then this shows me another.
That's just the feedback.
Yeah. This is the command. Essentially what it does is it ramps that command up. It doesn't take it there instantly.
Right. Okay.
And then my actual valve feedback is listed just below there. These numbers affect how quickly it adjusts that output. If I do. See how this number is now taking longer to get there? That's what that number does. If you ever have issues with your valve getting an actuator fault, this is the number that you could adjust.
It'll open the valve faster, right?
Faster or slower, yeah.
So your RP5
Yeah, that'd be,
I don't know if that's super handy at Carmen, but that'd be handy over here.
Now we're operating a new gate.
Huh?
We're operating a new gate.
Okay.
The alpha new gate.
Oh.
Do they put an actuator on the gate?
The new gate came with
Yeah.
actuator.
Yeah.
It shuts,
Do
and
they
you can
actually-
open it for the
But
SCADA.
it's connected and all that?
Yes.
What
working
about
real
the,
good.
Is
what
it
about the
ready
influent
to
diversion
use?
structure? Did they get those gates running?
That one is,
Not
it's,
yet.
that one is too.
It's on this.
Oh,
and it's
for
working?
the plant influent? No, they need to replace that cards on it.
Still?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Yeah. It's been like that for 2 years.
One thing to note is that you have an interlock page only on this. And essentially, when you hit this interlock page, you're going to go to whatever position is set on this tab. So we're going to look at it. We're actually going to look at the alpha page. It's actually really important. We'll close it on that. Go to my interlock page. All of these items will close my outfall gate, or will set over here. On the gates that we set up, any analog trip is going to move it to the full closed position. Another thing to note is that until the transitions are 100% complete and demoed, I don't know if any of you are going to be on call for carbon, but the old outfall gate is also still connected and also still works.
So you means we need a response facility in case of gate closure.
Definite possibility.
Wonderful.
One thing to note though is that the new gate closes before the old gate does. But if you had a weird timing scenario where your Z-core went really high, the old gate closes a lot faster than the new gate does.
Really?
So the new gate drops into the process, and the old gate comes out of it.
So we got our new gate set at 50%.
Okay.
So instead of open 100%, we got,
Right.
if you notice on there, it says 50%.
Right.
So it's our target now, so instead of closing from here down, it's closing 30%.
Right, that makes sense.
So actually like rising it, yeah.
It's okay.
And at 50%, you probably will
Yeah.
never even get close
And
to
the
the top
gate,
of that gate.
the new gate closes when the C-chlor hits negative 0.8.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
0.8 on the C-chlor, the new
Yep.
gate will close. And the old gate closes
0.
Now, why did you?
no, I think 0.1.
Now, why did you do that? Because you had time for that to fill up in the box, so you
It's
don't
the
have
re-
to close it instantly.
It's how the gate reacts to it.
Right.
Because it was closing too slow, right? So,
It takes
that's
a
why we
week.
leave it at 50%.
But 0.8 is not all that uncommon.
No, but it still, it makes it easier, because if you're at home, you just click open, put it up at 50%, and continue. You don't have to drive back to the plant.
I see.
You know what I mean?
Just a couple of weeks ago, I had called for the gates to close, it only closed my new alpha gate, it didn't never close my.
So that's
It happens to me
okay.
too.
So it made it nicer on you at home. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, way nicer.
Cool.
Another thing to note is that gate closure is actually priority 1 or 2. So
Yeah, let's. I would hope so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That it is.
this is interlocks, rate change, maintenance tab. So I still get my maintenance mode. I can still choose to disable a device if I want to. And a gate though is going to stay where it's at. So make sure that's set where you need it to be before you disable it. If you forget, it's not a big deal. You can re-enable it, go back to your home page, type in whatever percentage you want it to be at, wait for it to get there. H2, this is how it's going to, it's a flow chart basically of what the valve is going to do given any given command signal. Essentially we get our command going in, we get a comparison for what mode we're in. If we were in program mode, we'd go here and then it would look at position limits. If we're telling it to go 102%, it's only going to let it go to 100. But if we had a clamp on it, such as the aeration valves, it wouldn't let us go beyond that percentage. We come down this way. This part right here is should your analog signal ever break, if your card dies on you, or your input or your output card dies on you, it's going to move to a certain position and stay there. It'll also display that over too, so you can tell. This part doesn't get used by the program. Basically, if you were ever in hand, it would try to move that to that position, but the system's not capable of doing that. Certain actuators you could, yours don't allow you to do that. The no mode, don't worry about that. If you see no mode on these, call TCS. where you can limit the rate of change entry on this first page to maximum values. Or sorry, this is the configuration, this is the actual entry. And then here's the final output. Ed and I didn't find that this page is actually too useful for us when we were doing our transitions or our own internal testing, so I'm not sure if it'll be super useful for you guys either. First two check boxes, if your valve has position feedback limit switches on it, these will be checked for open and closed. It'll basically use these to verify whether it is open or closed. It will be the hat turning gray or white. And that's about it. Some scenarios your valve don't have open switches, so it will use a percentage of the analog feedback to determine whether or not it's open or not. Pulsing, you don't have to worry about. Pulsing, you're only allowed to do if your analog input breaks, but none of your valves are actually wired in a way that would allow you to pulse it. Pulsing requires a digital output to it, in addition to the over here on the engineering tab, we got our bond description, our short label that shows up underneath, our tag that we'll need, should we need to trend it at all. And then we have how the feedback is scaled in this top portion, and then how the output is scaled. Okay, so the next part, we configure whether or not it has the switch, and then we determine if both switches are ever on, we generate a fault. They should never both be on at the same time. This bottom part, you don't ever have to worry about. This is set up in a certain way that we want it set that way, we want it kept that way. The enable interlock navigation is what's going to close the gate. It'll let you see that. It should always be checked. The clear program commands on receipt is programmer speak for us, one-shotting it to open or close. Does anyone have any questions so far? So this is where we set, if we have an interlock trip or an IO fault, it's going to try and move to this position. We don't ever use this whole basket value. We want it to actually move.
So what a valve that when it fails, you want it to close, or if it fails, you want it to open. That would have.
Right, that's where you would set it up. So if we wanted it to fail open, we'd type in 100.
Fail, I mean like lots of power, lots of air, I mean that kind of fail.
It depends on loss of power. It still needs its 480 power to actually move. So even if you lost the 480, there's nothing we can do about it.
So that will even operate.
Right. The valve it'll just stay. What we'll do is we'll try to move it to that position. It's like I think the outfall needs on generator power. As soon as the generator kicked back on, you would see that and it would start moving there. Any other questions? It's a lot shorter than the other ones. The one that you're going to see is device disabled by maintenance, and someone's taken action to disable that piece of equipment for whatever reason. These guys, you shouldn't see it too frequently, but you might, especially in your aeration valves. Configuration error, again, called DCS. Device interlock's not okay. Something's tripped it, it's closed or opened or moved to a certain percentage. Last page. So two are the same as all of the others, the IO fault and the interelectric. The one that's different is this actuator fault. And essentially what that means is that your command has gone to one position, but your feedback is gone to a different position plus a dead band, and it's outside of that. So it's basically saying, hey, my valve's not moving enough. I'm just going to generate an alarm. We see this happen a lot in aeration valves, particularly. They don't want to move quickly, and when they do move, they don't always want to move to where we tell them to go.
Is it a priority too?
It depends on what it is. I think they're actually priority one, so.
Wow. Gonna make some money on that.
Cha-ching.
But if you ever found that that's a problem, you could always have headphone services or.
You mean the problem with it being a priority one?
Yeah.
I'm good.
That's a negative.
It's all good.
Any questions on the valve? How you use it? So we need to play around with the block a little. Right.
Didn't you just grab it and move it, the slide bar?
Yeah, you gotta click it.
So you need to be
You're
in
in
contractor
contract
mode.
mode.
Oh, man. Okay.
Right?
Does it time out of being an operator mode to the program mode or vice
No.
versa?
It'll stay in operator mode. If you put it there, it'll stay. And the reason we didn't want it to go back is you may actually be in operator mode for a reason. You didn't want that piece of equipment to automatically start that other program. We don't want to give you another way to disable it. That, and we didn't think we were going to be giving everyone maintenance level access. So.
I just put that back in program. I didn't know it was number, it was playing with it.
Any other questions on the valve? All right.
I have a question.
Sure.
On the feedback,
Yes.
how close is it gonna be to the field? Is there 0.1 dead band or?
No, it's not that close.
Okay, that's
I
what
mean,
I wanted.
in an ideal world, it should get that close, but we have it set at 5%.
Okay.
So it should get within 5%. If it can't get
Okay.
within 5, it's something's up with it.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
And then I think the delay is like 2 minutes. That has to get there. So
Okay, so if you change it as the actual valve in the field has 2 minutes to get there and within 5% or what?
Yep. Or it'll generate that actuator fault alarm.
Okay. All right.
So this is air, would it be air or like a 420 or what kind of valve does it matter? Like some are air operated, some.
Some are air operated. Carbon, they're all 420 signals. So when we get to an air operated valve, we'll have to actually look at how to do that. Are there any other questions? So we're actually going to go outside of the training area now. So look at it. Block that you guys kind of need to know how it works. shown the things that you shouldn't do.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. So this is called the PID block, and you're gonna see it in two different ways. One is gonna be this kind of 3 lines of text.
Which tab are you on?
Sorry, I'm in secondary,
Secondary.
and then I'm on the RAS, or
Primary.
primary affluence. Sorry. There's a button at the top left corner, so the primary.
Oh, okay, I got it. I'll catch up here eventually.
Versions. One looks like this, and we use this version of the block for any pumps. The second version, we go over to the secondary clarifiers. You can see it has a valve tied in with it. Essentially, the one with this valve tied in, it has that valve C block, but we didn't have space to separate them out, so we combined them into one. We're gonna look here first. Okay, so the first thing to note is that between these two, this A and this M actually stand for auto and manual. And the difference between the auto and manual in this case is that when a PID is in manual mode, it's not calculating what its output should be. And when it's in auto, it's doing its full calculation. What you want to see, and you'll see if your pump is running or being called to run, is that your PID block should be in auto. It should be grayed out. There shouldn't be anything that you need to do with it. Every once in a while, though, like in the case of the RAS system, you're going to need to take manual control of it if you need to manually move that valve to a certain position. And we'll look at it. There's a couple ways you can do it. So the way I remember it, that Debbie likes to do it is she likes to take this into operator mode. And then you click this manual button, and then you can slide this bar to wherever you want that valve to go. Valve or pump speed, whatever it may be.
Or you can type a value too.
Great. The other way you can do is that, see how this highlights? If I actually click here, it brings me to my valve faceplate. I can make the change here. Issue is that if you make the change here, you may forget where you made that change. It's not really a good indicator, other than that this will go into manual mode, and you'll see the little M pop up right down here. But on this page, we can see my auto set points. We can see it for operator. There's a separate one for program mode. They pretty much always match up unless I do this, and then I manually. There's no error locks associated with it. They never are. They're always associated with the piece here that it's controlling. We see the output, and then if you see this green check mark, it means it's within the deadband that you're trying to maintain. So if we go over to the maintenance tab, this is where you are given access to a lot of stuff that really needs to be left alone. Alright, so we're on the maintenance page of the PID block. If you want to follow along on one, you're more than welcome to. Just be careful when you're clicking on things.
Oh, this is for real, huh?
It is for real. It's not pretend graphics. You get a maintenance mode in this one.
I should shut down Square.
You don't ever want to be disabling a PID block, but actually disable the device it's controlling. So,
What are you on right now, like what?
I'm on the secondary clarifiers page. So if you go to secondary, and then you go down and over to far right, secondary clarifier. And I'm on the RAS1 flow control valve PID.
Mine seems to have a little bit of a lag. Is that just because we're not?
It could be that we're all on the same.
Okay.
RAS one, RAS,
So it's this one right here.
oh, okay.
And then maintenance tab, page 1. Page 2, these are your set point limits. So you're never gonna be able to set on this anything less than 2 and nothing higher than 6.
That doesn't give you your units right here?
No, it doesn't give you units on this page. Your set point units will always match your process variable units. So in this case, I want MGD. If I go to my engineering tab, you can see my process variables in MGD, and then my control variable or my output is in percentage.
What page is that on for?
You go to the engineering tab, and then it's that first page.
Right.
For the name tags.
If you go to page 3 of the maintenance tab, this is the page you definitely want to leave alone. But I need to show you because you're getting access to all of these. At the top, you can see your error. The little green checkbox means you're within dead end of the set point. You can see your process variable that it's reading. You can see your set point. You can see your process variable minimum and maximum. These should match up with your actual instrument that you're reading the process from. So in this case, it's a flow meter. And then here's my PI and D. So this is proportional integral and derivative. These are numbers you don't want to mess with. These are numbers that only really TCS should be touching, or Ed and myself. If you do mess with these numbers, it's going to affect how the valve or pump responds to changes in the flow or level, and it may produce undesired results.
Big time.
Big time undesired results. You can see your pump ramp all the way up and down and cycle on and off. You can see your wet well level get sucked all the way down and shut down and generate a bunch of priority 1 alarms. Essentially, leave this area alone. Please. Page 4 of the maintenance tab, this is your control variable setup.
Why isn't that grayed out then?
Yeah, protected.
I can't make it grayed out. If I give you maintenance level access, then I have to give you access to this. Or the other option is I can not give you maintenance access, but then you can't substitute process variables on analog instruments.
Oh, okay.
Very limited.
Right, so I can either, it's one or the other. I'd rather give you maintenance level access because you guys are regularly putting things into maintenance mode, substituting process variables and tell you the things not to touch. What Richard has been doing is that he's actually taking pictures of these pages. He's going to save them so that he has those referenced, so if someone ever does change them, he knows where he can change those numbers back to. They should still be good numbers for him.
Gotta have those pictures, man.
That's right.
I take mental pictures.
That's what I'm talking about. Mental pictures come in handy in a lot of ways.
So page 4, we've got our control variable limits. This will be 0 to 100% usually. You don't ever set that too much different here. Place that Ed and I will set it is over here, which is the scale minimum maximum. And this should match up with your pump or your valve or whatever you're controlling. Tab 5, this you can leave alone because we don't actually use the alarms off the PIDE block. We use them separately. If you go to our engineering tab, we got our long description, our short label description that shows up over here, our smart tag that should match up with the tag of the PLC, process variable units, control variable units.
They didn't put any of the bar SAP numbers in?
So that's gonna be a separate project as far as I know, to tie the smart tags to the SAP tags. But that's not one that we're involved in.
Cause you got those tags from the Foxborough, right? What they used to call it back then, or those are new tags?
Those are new tags,
Okay.
and part of this project at Carbon, we're gonna re-tag everything.
Okay.
So you'll have new labels for everything. At least you'll have new labels for the instruments. I don't know about pumps. Yeah.
I have a label machine too, expert. I can do labels for me.
But
Randy?
yes, sir. I'll do it.
Page 3, you don't have access to this, but if you're ever curious, most of these you'll see are reverse acting and then dependent.
Sorry.
It's okay. Really, it's just whether it determines how it's going to calculate its error and then react to that.
Reverse that.
Page 4, this is the navigation to the control variable, and I don't usually do this except in this case, and that was due to space limitations. Diagnostics, you shouldn't ever have to come here. If someone's disabled this, they probably shouldn't have, but you'll get that little red X again. Page 2, don't worry about this guy. The one that I do like, this is the only trend that I actually like, and that is for this guy. And simply because I like to see really quickly in a short period of time how my process variable is doing in comparison to my set point, and at the same time what my block says my output should be doing and what I'm actually doing in terms of percentage output.
On the right there, you have the two colors, red, blue and green. And then in the graph, I see yellow. Is,
Yellow is,
what's the story?
I don't remember what the yellow line is.
Oh, man.
I know, I'm sorry.
I just asked, I stumped the trainer.
You did.
I believe I
You feel like Alex right now?
I don't remember what the yellow line is. It'll be
Okay,
back
so
though.
why am I not seeing a blue line?
Your blue and your green line are.
They're like
right
on each other?
Yeah.
Okay.
If we go look at.
Is that what's making the yellow line? Yellow and blue on top of each other?
Ooh.
That's another level of thinking.
Unfortunately, no, that's not what's making it. I remember. Ready? So yellow is your minimum and maximum.
Okay. So should there be two yellow lines then?
I think there's only minimum.
Okay, so minimum's the only one displayed.
Yeah.
Okay. Still want much.
Because if I look at this, I know that down here, I have a clamp on this bone.
Okay.
Between those two.
Alright.
So that's fine. Alarms on the PID block, we don't use them. We use them elsewhere based off of your actual process. Any questions about this block? Other than it's mostly a, here's more information about the process. So, mess with too much of it.
Don't touch it.
Don't touch it. That's right.
Let me see those trends only do for 2 minutes, go for 2 minutes.
Yeah, the trend only goes for 2 minutes.
And it starts once you apply. Once you
Yes.
overlay.
So once you click on this, it starts trending right away. And then
So pretty much you can make an adjustment and actually watch it
Yep.
almost immediately start changing.
Yep. It's useful for really fast reacting processes, but like your SBS or your bleach are so slow that it's not useful. You have to look at a day. So the next two blocks are new, and they're kind of custom made.
Custom.
That's right, custom. You really just need to know how you're going to interface with it. So the first one is called a FIFO block.
You're still in secondary, right?
I'm in secondary, I clicked on my primary effluent, and then I clicked on primary effluent samples.
It should be my backpack.
You have the
Yeah.
backpack on you?
No, it's on in my locker.
Okay.
So, FIFO stands for first in, first out. And essentially what it's going to do is it's your pump alternator.
FIFA.
Can you go get it?
Who's
Richard?
I'll go there.
Oh, you got it here?
No, it's alright. I'm okay. I'll call him.
Okay, give me a call. He's gonna give me a call.
So when it's in full automatic mode, what this block is going to do, every stop of the pump, it's going to rotate which one becomes the lead and lag.
Wow.
Custom.
Oh, what'd you do?
Let's-
Jeez.
So one thing you can do with this block is, let's say you had more than one, you could set this in a specific order. So that's what Andy just clicked on. Is you
I knew I did that.
You click this box and then you pick which one you want to be your duty or your lead, and then you select your lead and lag.
Oh, okay. I thought something would pop up, that's why I clicked it.
Is this the only way to change lead, lag, or whatever?
Yeah, this is the only way. The only change you'll really see is how many pumps affects the
Right.
size of the array.
Okay.
So like mixed liquid return has a 4x4 grid of pumps.
Right.
Um,
So I'm sorry, I
No, go
can't
ahead.
change, right now I can't change the duty
can't
without
change.
clicking.
Right, you can click that button, but it'll move it back.
Okay.
One thing to note though is when you put it in this mode, you're taking that block into manual control. And you can actually set it up incorrectly. So you could have 2 leads or 2 lags. But once you click this button again, it'll automatically fix it.
But to what you chose, or
Uh,
just like a default?
It depends. It'll actually correct it based on what it thinks it needs to do. So if you put 2 leads, it's going to move one of them to a different position. If I had a system that wasn't running right now, it's
Pretty much it's smarter than you.
Yeah.
as long as you put it back in this automatic state. If you leave it in manual, though, if it calls for a lead pump during that time when you have it that way, it'll turn both moves on. That's pretty much all there is to it. Click this to decide which one you want, and then it'll change this indicator above the pump. This is what it is. It'll be gray and say that it's display if it's not running. It'll turn this white color if it's that position and it's called to run. And then it'll turn black with yellow text and say unavailable if it's in hand or you put it in operator mode.
Or if you're not logged in.
Yeah, if you're not logged in, you won't be able to make the edit, so. The last kind of new block is called the dosing block. And this is going to become standard throughout the agency. It looks a lot like the PAE block on the outside, but once you click on it, it's going to show you how you're dosing your chemical into your process. At the top, you get indicators for program mode and operator mode. Those are the only 2 modes that are allowed in this.
What's up? It's off the pump.
It's off of that top block. That one, yeah. So what you can do is, let's say you know you're dosing incorrectly for whatever reason. You can click on the operator mode. And then you can choose to substitute a gallon per hour dose. And however the process is supposed to react, if it fires off more pumps, like in the case of the SBS system, it'll trigger more pumps to run. If it's something like the bleach where it just ramps the pump up, it'll just ramp it up. Down here you have your dosing equation. This is came up with a combination of TCS and technical services. Basically, if you really want to, you can manually calculate how you're dosing. This equation will change based on this information down here. The one that you might interface with the most is this dose set point, but really we bring that outside of that on all of them, but this one apparently. So I would enter 6. And I see my Barrett pumps are dosing higher. On the chemical pumps, on all of them except these two, you'll see them in percent feedback. These ones don't have any kind of analog feedback. That's why you're seeing the dosing output on them. Let me give you at least a number that you can reference to. These are all numbers set based on the chemical you're using, your factors. These are just hard-coded in because they shouldn't ever need to change. Down below you have your dosing based on your actual numbers up above. You have output of that dosing, and then you have your final dose, including a trim. And the trim, when you click on it, it's going to actually open up.
Is this the lunch courier?
Yes. So for anyone that has a trim set up, if you click on trim, it'll open up the IDE block. You can see the trimming that it's doing. Really what you guys are going to care about though is the value that it's trimming at. In this case right now, the trim for the SBS is at 0, so it's really just the flow that's contributing to all of our dosing equations. Other things you can set is you can set alarm set points for your dosing if you're dosing too much or too little. And then you can actually set minimum and maximum dose as well. These guys down here, you can change, you do have access to them. When you do click on them though, it's going to pop up in a window saying, are you sure you want to do this? Because you're about to change how it's calculating what you're dosing. If you're given access, I would not touch it.
Is this the same for like the SBS pumps and
That's the
pretty
same.
universal?
Yeah.
So when you put that value in the trim, does it add it to the calculation?
It will either add or multiply depending on this one, whether you selected add or multiply trim factor here.
Okay.
There was a debate about whether multiply is better than add. And at Carbon, they found that adding was better, but other people were insistent that multiplying was better, so you have the option.
Okay. But you'll see it pop up in the equation that's
Yeah.
there?
Yeah, so when you click this, it will actually update your equation right here
Okay.
to reflect that it's a multiply. Any other questions on this block? That's pretty much it for blocks right now. Let's go into some of the kind of basic navigation stuff since that's not like that all of this good.
Now I know why I was late.
So the top bar and the second line are always going to show up on any of your screens, and they're your primary navigation setup. This first one is your level 0 display, and essentially down the road, once more plants are added, we'll add a map page basically that shows your influent and effluent for the plants, some of your KPIs.
So there isn't one right now.
There isn't one right now because there's only one plant on the system. The next one's your home page, and this is going to be your plant overview. Essentially, these are items that ops and technical services wanted added to the screen so you can get an overall picture of the entire plant at one glance. We'll just go to this page real quick, but we won't talk about it too much yet. We'll let Ed talk about it. But this is your alarm summary page. This bell will be red if there are alarms. It'll blink at you if there are any new alarms. System status, really it's for DCS. If it ever turns red, call DCS. It means there's a problem with one of the servers or PLC and they need to fix it. These 3 arrows are kind of quick navigation arrows. The one on the left is a previous display.
So going back to system, there's been instances where I have an alarm at night
Yeah.
and I go into the system and you could break it down to tell them exactly where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Does that allow you to do that in this?
Yeah, so when you click on this display, it'll actually flash at you what is actually wrong.
No.
So these will change colors. So if I have a problem with one of my servers, this will change to red, and I'll see that this one is green, it's active.
But does it allow you to break it down? Like it goes into code, and
Oh.
it'll break down exactly where it is.
Exactly where in the process or which PLC.
Yeah,
It will tell you which PLC it has an issue on it.
okay.
It'll tell you things like this PLC can't talk to this PLC. And your alarm summary will also tell you, hey, the primary PLC can't talk to the tertiary plant PLC, or the data concentrator can't talk to 2 other PLCs.
Okay.
So navigation displays, the left arrow is previous display, the right arrow is the forward to display. And then this down arrow is actually a drop down to the last 10 to 15 displays you've been on. Area display and system tools don't have anything in them right now. They're going to have something as we add more plants. This button is used to, excuse me. The repaint screen is basically going to update your screen if anything starts acting funny on it. This guy is your print screen page. So if you have a printer connected, it'll actually print a screenshot of your page. But right now, since I don't, and my voice is starting to go out, I have nothing. The next two are log in and log out. When you press log out, it's actually going to log in a user called none, which is just a view only account. And then something you might need if you ever get to the iPad is this close button in the top right will actually close the application down.
So you run the log out and do reverse. You run the log out and do the reverse to exit. You just exit.
You can just exit, yeah.
We had a problem like our old system. If you just did that, you were still,
It'd keep you logged in.
yeah.
That, it won't do that on this one, it'll actually just log you out and close down. And then when I open it back up, it'll have that non-user logged in, and I'll have to relog it. So going across the top is second row. These are the primary structures of PCMs that were developed. So you have one for every major PCM number you have. You have preliminary, and then within preliminary, you have all the items that were included there. Primary, secondary, tertiary, and then RW. There's actually now an RW page for carbon. You can control all the pieces of equipment from here if you ever needed to. Utilities, this is your power status of all the control panels out in the field, and also some information from the solar and the generator. Security, probably won't get into too much, but if I stop moving my mouse, you see this little timer that's counting down. In 25 minutes, it'll log me out automatically and log in that non-user. When I start to move my mouse again, it resets. The trend page, we've got just kind of a blank page where you can develop trends. As in our mentioned a lot more in depth later on, so I can do that. And then lastly, you have your compliance page. And these are all the just compliance points for Carbon Canyon with a pre-configured trend for all of these points at the same time. It's also a 24-hour trend, and it is live scrolling. You're looking at raw data, so it does take longer to update.
So within these trends here, say your supervisor wants some information, can you email that trend to them? Can you take a snapshot of it? I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can do it, and we're going to get into that later. It has to do with your business side and what your supervisor can access from their computer. And how to email back and forth, print screens. But I'm not head showing you that fun stuff. Preliminary. So we kind of have an overview of the preliminary section. We've got our 2 input gates, the wet wells, bar screen differential, the conveyor. Any of these objects at any level, if you can click on it, it'll actually open up a faceplate for you to directly control that object. There aren't any different objects on the screen other than there's one object here that we didn't talk about, and it's because there's not very many of them. But this is an analog output. It's to the sampler. It's the flow case command for it. If you ever needed to, you could put this in operator mode and force a higher or low value for an instrument tech to look at.
Where's that at?
It's this bottom right, where it says influence sampler on the preliminary, and then influence. So pretty much all of your level 3 screens, which are this second row of buttons that show up, have a set of set points assigned to them. And that's where you'll be manipulating all of your process through. Like Harry mentioned earlier, the actuators aren't working, so this set of code isn't going to work until those are replaced.
Yes. Right.
Another thing you can do is that you can actually click on these little arrows and it should take you to that page. Like I just clicked on the ferric one. Ferric, it's analog output only, it's just that dosing equation. My only set points here is to choose which one I want to run. throughout the whole process displays, you'll see these kind of pre-configured trends are all set up for 24 hours. These are a lot harder to manipulate for you guys, but we wanted to give you some that are already built in and set, since there was a lot of, during the development, people wanted to see, hey, there's a trend for this process, or how do I compare all the historical data quickly on this? So we built these ones in so they work faster. Bar screens, we get a trend for our upstream, downstream level, our flow, and then our differential level. And then bar screen set points, we get a level differential stop and start. Then we also have a timing mode. One thing to note though is if you get the high differential on that analog, it'll actually start running the bar screens and it'll run both of them. Otherwise, it'll alternate bar screens on and off. And then there's also the conveyor set points, so we want to run the conveyor a little longer. Any questions? Any questions about how you used to do things before, but need to do things now? One thing to note is that you need one of these bar screens in auto, and you also need the screen conveyor in auto for the screen conveyor to start running on its own. The grid system. So grid system is a little different now. It's still all run on a sequence of timers. The grid valve should always run, and then after a minute you'll have the air valve run for another minute, and then after that the grid pumps and classifiers will run. In order for this whole system to work, at least one train of pumps and classifiers have to be in auto, otherwise it won't run correctly. If you needed to run one remotely, you'll need to probably actually go out and put them in hand and run them out there. Odor system. Essentially nothing on this page works except for this tank level.
Is that just because they don't have meters out there?
There's no meters, the meters that are there aren't connected or hooked up. There's a lot of discrete signals that aren't working from that control panel either.
World-class system.
If I remember correctly, the two sound level switches do work though.
At least we got that.
At least you got those. The next one's the emergency storage pond. You have this level transmitter. Been told that it's not reliable. The physical instrument's not reliable. There's no remote control for the system. It's all still local and with the timers. That's why you have no set points up here for you. So here's our primary level 2 overview. Clarifiers, we've got the scum pumps, and then we have the sludge transfer. Look at our primary clarifiers, we really don't have much for set points other than a valve time open setup, and it's just a duration that you want the valves to be open for. But since you guys are only running one clarifier at a time, most of the time I'll open, which has both running now. They'll just alternate open and close. But you should always have one open so that you're feeding the sludge transfer system.
Is that right that both of the primaries are online now?
Number, 1 is actually just got, just like city water in it, W3 water, we're flushing it out.
Okay.
So it's filling and pumping at the same time,
Okay.
hoses.
sludge transfer system. We see the sludge valves again. We added them in because when we were doing the transition, we kept navigating back and forth to see what the sludge valves are actually doing. So you can see them and operate them from here as well. There are 2 scum pit levels, and there are 2 high level switches, grinders, transfer pumps. This is the VFD command for the 2 transfer pumps. These are actually both VFDs, but it's one analog signal out of both that's split out in the field. Originally, they were hoping to run this off of a level control, but during transition, we found that out and couldn't do that anymore. Because they wanted to always run this pump, which connects the sludge valve at full speed. So we can do that. Set points. You get a start and stop for starting off with a scum pit. The level set point is going to go away. And then you can actually choose which level transmitter to use, which is really just which one you want to pump out of. And then you can choose which one you're going to pump from the scum pit. And this is going to be based on how you have it manually valved down the field. Any questions? All right. Odor 1v1. Like the Odor 1A system, most of this equipment doesn't work. The tanks that are shown are actually the same ones as on the 1A system. They were just separate PCMs, which is why they're all broken out into their own individual screens. 1v2, any guesses? Nothing works. Same thing. We were asked to include these graphics because if you guys ever do decide to update your odor system, at least you have a place where you can easily update this information and show it correctly.
When you guys were doing all this, in theory, all of this stuff's supposed to get changed out.
Right.
That whole thing is supposed to be rebuilt.
Correct.
So what happens when that happens? Like, are you guys providing training to our DCS department to program that stuff, or are you is it like a plug-in to this?
Yes, we are giving them training. It will include how to update the screens and program the new odor systems.
Okay.
Depending on what you guys end up doing.
Sure. All right.
But mostly what you have to change is basically what instrument type it is and its range.
It's fairly simple.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's no real
For you
control.
anyways, right?
Yeah, for us it's simple. There's no control over the system even if it was there.
Okay.
So. Any other questions so far? On the primary or preliminary sections? So here's our secondary overview. It includes blowers, primary effluent, the aeration basins, and the secondary clarifiers. You can also see the RAS flows on it. As you can see right now, Richard has a priority 1 alarm that he's probably dealing with. He has a very high wet well level. If we drill down, we can see we have that same indicator here. And we can find it's our priority 1 alarm.
What's the white bell and,
So the white bell means it was an alarm, but has returned to normal, but was never acknowledged. So if I click on it, I'll see I had a high alarm at one point. Well, it's not an alarm
that's why we're getting these nuisance alarms?
No, I was just talking to Richard.
Okay.
We're working on it.
So for primary airflow, you get a lead start, lead stop, and then a level that you want to maintain, and then you also have a minimum runtime. The minimum runtime is, if it ever calls that pump to run, it's going to run for at least that duration before it ever stops. Looks like Richard has opened up the isolation gate. So the RAS pump actually falls in line as a PE pump now, and will cycle in and out of the duty standby.
You're talking about that
Yeah,
night gate that,
yeah.
okay, so is there control over that on this system?
There is, that is actually this guy right here. And in operator mode, you can choose what your open or close is.
Huh?
Which might be,
That separates the RAD, wet well from the primary effluent well.
the instructor.
This gate will open based on this pump being okay and high level here. But
Is there an indicator for when your flow is going over to the lagoon?
There's an alarm.
It's just an alarm, like it used to be? Okay.
It says, actually the text says flow to the lagoon or something like that, right?
your text used to say flow to the lagoon, but what that text was really off of was these level transmitters. It wasn't a separate switch. So now you'll get primary effluent, high level, instead of flow to the lagoon.
There you go.
Where's your PE pumps?
What are you talking about there, right there?
Bottom there, bottom. What?
See what says PE pump?
So it's these two right here, maybe?
You on the bottom?
Yeah.
And I was kind of hoping like to see bold or something, but
No, the idea is that you don't see anything unless there's a problem.
I'm getting that.
That is the idea, is that it's, there's no problem, you don't worry about it, you don't look at it.
So on this valve,
Yeah.
is that M that with the white, is that the same as the one with the yellow?
No, so this M is actually just part of the symbol, and it just means that it's a motorized valve.
Oh, okay.
It's
It
not,
doesn't say anything about that.
right, it doesn't say anything about that, you won't find it anywhere else. This is the one confusing M that should be there for the problem.
On the, like the remote station that they have at T-Plant at Carbon,
Yeah,
is that all gonna be working with this program?
it is, yeah.
It is right now.
It is, okay, cool.
If it's a new monitor over there, it's about that size. It barely fits inside of that cabinet,
Okay.
but it's there.
Alright, cool.
There was a number of workstations on the primary side, right?
No, just the T-Plant.
Not even that little room on the lower.
No, not in the lower building.
Or next to, what you see,
That was for Sims, that was,
that's what it was.
So let's see, my RAS isolation gate now is now closed, so now I don't get the option to put the RAS pump in order with the rest. It's not part of the animation, it hides the things that you can't do or need to do. Down below, I get my RAS pump set points. Starting to die. minimum runtime, I have my minimum total RAS flow, total RAS flow heat restored. And then when my isolation gate is open, I can choose which level transmitter I want to use. Since the gates are married up, the levels should be the same. Then I have to get my 4 PE channel mixers status back. This will probably come up eventually, but here's your average basin DO too, since this will still shut down your PE pumps. Questions? Good. Alright, so we're gonna cover irrigation basins 1 through 6 pretty quickly since they're all pretty much the same. At the top, you have your basin mixer status. 2 actually.
Wow. That trend has like a lot of stuff on it.
Yeah.
Is that, we can't manipulate that, right, from here?
You can, if you right click on it and you do chart properties. And then you go to heads, you can choose which ones you want on or off.
Okay.
The thing to note is that once you can do this, but once you navigate away and then come back, those changes will be gone.
Okay, so this is permanent, you can temporarily change it.
Right.
Got it.
And then you just click that green box for visible, and then you can apply and you can see what your trend looks like.
Where, what green box are you, oh, here,
Yeah.
you can turn these off, is what you're
Yep.
saying,
Yep.
okay.
So like right now, I know that basin 2, 4, and 6 are offline.
Right.
So you see those trends.
You hit apply.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
So they're, why did you tell me to stop this, stop here? Right.
So if I look at my displays, I see this little yellow button that's standing out. Essentially, it just means that my basin is offline and its DO value is not contributing to my average basin DO calculation.
You're talking about the little arrow?
So if I look at 3, which is online, I have this gray button. But if I go to 2, which is offline,
Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about.
Online, that's for offline.
all those buttons also show up on the overview page for secondary. So you get 6 valve position feedback. I get little meters for the one I have selected. I'm on basic 4 right now. I get all of my airflows. I get a combined status on all the mixers running in each basin. And then down in the bottom right, I get a trend for just DO, valve position, and airflow.
How come mine looks so much different than?
You're on.
Oh, cause I'm on a different basin?
Yeah.
I guess that would be it.
Do it.
Go for it.
I'm on basin 4. Basin 5, basin 6, these are all the same. Your set point screen is the same throughout all 6 basin ranges, but you get to see all of them at one time.
Where is that at?
Various basin set points.
Yep.
Corner.
So in the stop left corner.
Oh, it's at the level.
Click on this, you can manipulate all your basins separately. next to it. This is also where you're gonna manipulate your 1 and 2 blower minute maximum valve position. Before you guys have that on a separate page typed to the blowers, it's all moved up into here now. And if you're ever really interested in the run times for the mixers, you can come to this page and you can click on each one. You can see what it's doing. Any questions?
Yeah, do that again?
So if you click mixer run times,
Oh, that-
this page shows up on all 6 basins. But you can get the run time for each basin mixer if you really want it by clicking here. And it brings open that run time basically
For each.
for each one.
On the graph, where did you go to click to designate what, the top graph?
This one?
Yeah, how do you click it to bring up each? You can, turn it off when you don't want that to.
So if I right click,
Oh, right.
and then I do chart properties,
Okay.
and then I go to this pen.
Oh, okay.
So let me choose which ones I want to draw.
Yeah, I think it
The training one, I was like, oh. Does that get loud?
So the mixed liquor systems all ran in hand. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all out of the
Yeah, on and off in the field. There is a remote program set up for it. And essentially, it takes your influent flow and it multiplies it by this factor up here in the set point screen. And then based on the pump capacity determines how many pumps need to be running. And we'll stage pumps on and off based on that. And that's how the system would run if you could. There is a FIFO for it too, so that you could get you to wear on all the pumps if you wanted it.
The reason they're not doing it is because these are cross the line pumps. There's no in between, so you get 4.5 GP or MGD, and then when you turn one off, 4.5 goes away. So you're gonna start, your mixed liquor is gonna go up and down by 4.5 MGD.
You start seeing an effect on the contact basins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they didn't wanna do that.
Blowers. So the blowers have changed a lot. It's now a 1-button start. There's no more accidentally leaving it in starting mode. It will do that for you. So what you're gonna do is.
What fun is that?
Huh?
So essentially what you're gonna do is whichever blower you wanna start up, you're gonna click on its base plate, and then you're gonna press the start button. And then you're gonna close the screen and you're gonna watch the lead ramp down.
That's it?
That's it.
You don't even have to put it in operator?
No.
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 Wow.
But you and you go over there sometime on the call and really just do it.
I don't know why, but for some reason they wanted that very simple.
Wow. What's up, Vin Diesel?
There's no violations. No B3, no nothing.
But if you do have any alarms on the panel out in the field, that blower will not start. You have to make sure everything's clear on the panel.
Panel.
Out in the blower building.
So on the old program, we had the ability, I mean, it didn't always work, but you could click reset for each blower, you know?
It's not working on it.
Yeah.
So there's no,
Sometimes it does, sometimes it
there's no
doesn't.
way
Yeah.
to do that here,
No.
or not reliably.
You have to go
right?
up and initially clear
Okay.
everything.
There are actually 4 colors. But they only run 2. Cause it seems like number 1 never.
So which
runs.
ones, so
Yeah,
that doesn't
number one's
show,
not there.
Oh, they took it out?
Yeah.
Well, it's
You
like
gotta
it
be-
doesn't work at all.
so it doesn't show that, like it's all,
And then
Let me tell you something, there's always something wrong with
But he's
those.
got vibration.
I'm gonna try to run that one then. And I'll go to run
your trigger to that.
So hang on, before we go,
Sure.
like, number one is gutted right now, so you have no ability to start that, but there's no indicator here
No,
that
it
that's
isn't
the
like a
case.
little-
The negative 25 amps.
Yeah, but that means, it shouldn't it have like an interlock or something to where you can't?
Could you put that in manual or something, or?
I mean, obviously, if you tried to start it, it wouldn't,
Well, right,
What Ed just did, Ed's
There
the
you
only
go.
like maintenance disabled state.
nice, I like that.
well, I'm just thinking if you're on call and you haven't been to Carbon in
Yeah.
months and you don't know which
Same.
blowers are going, then, you know,
Exactly.
I just want a big red X on there.
Like this.
Circle
Oh,
red.
so that, yeah, but that's because it's in disabled, right?
Right.
That's better than nothing, I like that.
Okay, so
I
whichever
guess
ones aren't
it's,
working.
I guess it's better to be ready.
Right. Yep. Ready to run.
So 2, 3, and 4 are available?
Just two and four.
So within the
Which one number
program,
3?
if that says
I
ready
wish-
and we hit start, will it do anything?
That's number 3.
Or, no,
Or one?
breakers off.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's completely shut off.
So three's
You'll probably get like a
okay?
fail to start.
Got vibration.
You can put another X on the stop sign.
So 2 and 4 are.
I'm
the good
taking a
ones.
look at it.
2 and 4 are your blowers, 4 cannot run as a line, they only run in the lead position.
Yeah, I never remember. three.
Not if running. But it's just.
That's been
vibration.
years since number three.
Does it say that in the update?
All I remember running is 2.
Huh?
and 4.
Does it
The
say that?
update says 1 and 3 are not available.
Okay, thank you.
OS.
Do you read the update?
Every day.
I don't.
There you go, maybe you should start doing it.
It's been in there for months.
Every day.
Let's see, I guess we should disable number 13.
No, because you're still able to run it.
Can
By
run 3,
itself.
it's just not reliable, it will be.
Yeah,
It
so
will fail
it's
on
available
vibration.
to run it
Okay.
if you need it. It might fail, it might not, but you can run it.
Throwing those dice out there.
Yeah.
That's how we roll here.
Lower set points in the top left. You get this page, you get lead blower starting set points, you get lag blower amp set points. You have your time of day blower pressure set points.
That's flashing.
This program doesn't allow the lag blower to start up on its own, right?
Correct.
When the set points meet the requirements, it won't just start up.
No, it won't just start up. You still have to manually turn the lag blower on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not really lead and lag, but they want us to keep the same terminology.
Right,
That's
no,
why.
that makes sense.
Oh, the other one, like it was last time it was on.
Why couldn't we have done
Oh,
that?
where
Yeah.
it would highlight where it was.
Did they not request it, or?
I think it's because number 2 doesn't have the soft start, right? Or does it?
Number 2.
Yeah, so you can't,
Can't
number
reprogram?
4 has to ramp down in order to let number 2 come on.
Right, okay, so
And-
full blown, right, let me start.
Yeah, right. So you'll have a lot of surging.
It could probably be done.
It could.
It could be done.
Really?
Yeah.
Who put the kibosh on it? Give me names.
That's the truth.
Tell you the-
You're
I
on
don't know.
camera.
The thing is the number 4 cannot run a slack.
Why do you understand that?
Yeah, but what,
Why
that
not?
doesn't matter, you can leave it in lead. And then number
Why
2
do
will
you
just
run
always
lag?
be lag.
Huh?
Why?
Because the output is higher than 2 and 3.
Right.
No, I don't.
So it could be done, but they didn't want it done?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the short answer.
Alright.
They know best.
Let's see, down below you've got your lag blower amp set point that you want to maintain, and then you also have your time of day lag blower shutdown.
0-100, 0-30?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, I feel sorry.
Now you enter it as a time of day clock instead of hours with a decimal.
Yeah, it's actual hours and minutes. Rather than putting in 9:45
Instead of-
9:30.
Oh, that's nice.
9:30.
That's good.
What?
Before it
That's
was.
too logical.
My brain's programmed in tens of an hour.
Exactly.
If you ever needed to adjust which blower you want to run a leader lag for 1, 2, or 3, those buttons are down here. And you just click on that and say, are you sure you want to make this blower
lag?
Big lag. Something that's new to your system is that now you have these blower diagnostic pages. And the information on this should match up with what's out at that local panel.
Nice.
See how there's a reset on the screen?
Uh-huh.
You can reset it here, but it's not gonna reset it out at the panel.
Sure.
It does not.
Heartbeat.
Me and Ed worked sometimes with it.
Thank you for working on that.
Is that something that our guys are gonna be able to continue to try to make work, or it's like over their head?
They should be able to.
Okay.
Yeah, and they just aren't modifying the existing split program, so you can only do so much.
They only allow us to do so much.
Yeah.
Your hand tied,
Yes.
one behind your back, and then how do you swim?
Yeah.
Blower 4, there's actually a lot more information that we get from it, so its diagnostic page is a little more involved. We had a couple of different analogs from it, so those are over here. We have just kind of a pre-configured trend so we can see what it's doing in terms of pressure versus its load. All of these are alarms and statuses. Any questions on the blowers? Secondary firefighters. Things to note. So this part of the page and all these bumps in the middle are just status information only. You can't control them from SCADA. The one thing that you will likely be controlling are these RAS control valves. Their setup points are up here. Right here, you can choose to either run them as a percentage of the contact base and influent, or you can do a fixed flow off of its flow meter.
So
There's
we're
a
selected
constant
in
theme here.
we're selecting the percentage, right?
Yeah.
At this time.
WAS system. We've got our 2 pumps and then our flow control valve, which is controlled off of the PID, and then the flow meter. Its settings are all over here. A new feature for your system is that your WAS pumps will now rotate every certain number of days. Right now it's set for 9. And then you can also set the time of day and hours for when you want it to do the switch. So that it's not switching on you at 2 o'clock in the morning. And
This is a whole new level of generating callouts.
So if one pump is in maintenance mode or shell
Need some
or
extra money.
whatever out, taken
Yeah.
out and working on it, it will not.
it won't
correct?
rotate, it'll
Yeah.
just keep going.
Cause it'd be lovely to rotate and
Not have a WAS pump run.
already pump wise.
Let's see, here's your set point for the flow that you want to maintain. And then you have a minimum RAS flow before the WAS pump will actually start up. We haven't actually ever seen this number dip below the 1 MGD yet. But it is there, and it is permissive for the WAS pumps. It'd be weird. It would be bad if it went below 1.
Yeah, something's wrong.
There's one valve out here that you should know about. Doesn't work, but it's on the screen because it could potentially work down the road if someone ever turned the breaker on. But it's this RAS combined valve. You have an analog out to it, and you tell it what command it should be, but it should always be full open. Tertiary, fun one. Let's see, at a glance, I can tell that someone is hopefully out there working on an outfall turbidity and outfall Z-floor.
Right, I'll be working.
Yeah,
It's in maintenance mode.
it's in maintenance mode, it's in bypass. And I'm assuming some
So since it's like that, not that we will, but how, like, we would just click on that to make it, to turn it back, right?
Right.
If we wanted to.
Right. If you knew no one was out there actually working on it, you would turn it back.
So that's locked up. Yeah. So P for approval.
Why is it that they have to put a substitute value in? I mean, once it's in manual, doesn't it just lock the last value that it had?
It locks the last value in, but that may not be the value you wanted the process to use in terms of like staging pumps on and off.
Okay.
Like especially with valve fall, Z-floor, you may want to have an extra pump on, so you put a higher.
So if you increase that, you can increase your dose. Right. Got it.
Filters. Let's see, you have your bleach coming into the filters, you have your filter influence turbidity, rapid mixer, which turns on whenever there's an alum pump running, the level switch in the flocculation basin, the filter influent gate. This has a couple of set points associated with it. These are all partial closure set points. So you have low DT, low CT, high filter loading, and high filter loading.
Does it tell you here that it's going to the lagoon?
No, there's no switch saying that it's a flow to the lagoon.
It won't give you the
High level.
high level, high.
This will eventually trigger with that.
This probably means it is calling.
That's something high.
Level switch.
Let's see, there are 3 filters right here. If you are ever taking one offline, you would click on this and it would remove that filter's surface area from the equation. Something new that you had is you actually have an hourly average filter loading now, instead of just an instantaneous reading. And then up to the bottom right is the backwash pumps. In addition, the filter loading has a couple of full closure events. Hourly low DT, hourly low CT, and then filter loading high.
Where is, what's the backwash return flow well?
So there's no level off the wet well, but the pumps are in that bottom right corner.
That's these?
Yeah.
These are return pumps?
Yeah.
Okay. Thought that it was controlled on a well.
Internally it is.
Oh, okay, that's not the visible thing?
Right.
Okay.
We just get status on whether the pump is running or not.
And a level switch. High level switch.
Right.
I gotcha. So it's not a sonic, it's just a float. This program is bringing out a lot of inequities in our automation and quality.
Yeah.
Good job, guys.
Flooring contact basin. We have all of our residuals in the middle. We have the W3 wet well level, CT, hourly average CT, DT, and hourly average DT. Also have the ability to select the volume of the contact basin. I don't know if Richard's mentioned that he's never done that before, so.
Okay, take a half piece off.
Isn't your water tap running all the time?
Yes.
Yes, the water tank's running all the time. There is also an issue with that soon coming back to us. Declar basin. The fun one. So we have all the residuals over here on the left side. We have that splitter box level, we have a reclaim influent gate, 8-inch minimum flow control valve, its PID loop, the 8-inch minimum flow, then wet well and flow meter up to the RW system. And then down below, going this way, we have the declar weir flow. We have a little input for when the ultrasonic loses its echo. We have the SPS being injected into the outfall structure or the control flow, and then SPS being injected as outfall flow. We have the SPS control flow, the outfall flow meter, a high level switch off that basin, the outfall gate, and the outfall flow yard. And then top right are all of your process analyzers in that area.
What's the splitter box? The splitter box level, what's that?
There's a level transmitter out
No,
there.
really, where,
That's when it goes to, overflows to the,
to the recycled water?
no,
Recycle
to
water.
the emergency level.
So it's a box, yeah, that splits, there's one gate that goes out to the recycled water, one goes to an 8-inch mini flow.
That's where that new section was built, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
And then
Right
there's
there.
one, if it overflows, it goes out to the
Right, okay.
11.
Oh, that sounded funny.
Yeah. And then they set the high to where if it hits high, it's actually
We're
full.
not doing it.
I think it's like 12.7 or 12.4.
If I remember right.
Was that what was it called before? Was it called that, was it?
No, they didn't have no.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, 12.4.
What's her name?
Then the outfall gate is for the new outfall gate.
Correct. This is not the old one.
The 50%?
Yes.
The new one's controlled off an analog signal, the old one was just a.
So where is there a signal on here from the old one?
No.
No,
Okay, so you just don't even have it,
it's just not gonna be used
once everything's said and done.
once all the demolition is complete. It'll be kept there with the actuator on, in case you ever need it, but it won't be wired back to SCADA.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
The reason it's 50% is the old one went from down, up.
Right.
Closed, this one closes from up, down.
Yeah.
And it's really slow, and so we found out at about 50%, we still have some gap.
Yeah.
And so it gives it a little more time on a gate closure to close.
That makes sense.
Yeah. If it had 100%, it's really slow. I mean, it takes like 2.5 minutes or something.
Yeah.
A lot happens in 2.5.
Yeah.
I'm going home at 2. Keep it on walking off. I'm not coming back.
W3 pump station, it's not used most of the time, we're keeping it in remote auto mode. Most of the W3 is supplied by the RW system.
But the blower should have.
Here, it's already fixed. That's why we put it on remote. The only one that's on hand is number 2 because it's making the
Pictures
pictures.
switched on.
But the other ones,
It's pretty easy known picture.
Friday.
It's not really
What's it
easy,
do?
but.
there's no way to
Yeah.
have it.
Your W3 set points right here, it's just when the stage pumps on and off. So you do 1 and 2 are the larger pumps, 3 and 4 are the smaller ones. Based on the PCNs, the larger ones fire on first, and then the smaller ones fire on last.
can also be valved to take water from recycled water station. That's why you see these pumps aren't running right now.
Right, yeah.
Right now.
There is an auto program that will bring those pumps online, though, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Once that pressure in the tank
That-
starts to drop,
yes.
it'll start to stage on.
That pressure drops below 55 PSI, it'll start a pump.
Okay.
And we'll keep a pump running until it's 95. And they're just constant speed pumps, so it's all in a loop.
Got it.
Bleach, it looks like they're working on repairing pumps 1 and 4 right now. Hopefully.
Yeah, the guys that's replacing the check valves.
Yeah, yeah, they were gonna work on
And I think number one, they're working on the feedback too.
Gotcha, that makes sense. You have your 2 chemical tanks, the 2 tank valves. They are programmed to automatically switch over between the 2 if you ever wanted to go back to running just one at a time. But right now we're keeping them in operator and both of them on, as previously running. You have different dosing blocks for where you want the chemical to go, and now you have it manually valved. Your set points are up here. Then you have a grid for where you assign where you want everything to go. The lead and lagger to the contact basin, filters to the filters, RAS to the RAS. You just click on which pump you want to go where. Down below here, you have your contact basin dosing set points, your filter dosing set points. Your filter will now turn on and off on its own based on time of day. And then your RAS, if you ever decide to run it, and you have a dosing set point for that too. Well, basically been told that it just runs at full speed, whatever you do. Back here are the tank switchover levels. Should you ever decide you want to go back to running it that way. And again, we have the place to select how much volume of the contact basin you're using.
On the chlorine set points, that's the same page as that one that popped up, where your chlorine set points.
Yes. No, right there.
No, it's together.
They used to have a weekend and weekday.
Correct, but they weren't using the weekend.
Okay,
They
so they
only
just
used the
decided
weekday.
to forget about that. Okay, cool.
Any other questions?
Yeah, on the pump assignment, if you go to switch pumps, obviously, I mean, the valves are gonna automatically,
Correct. The valves are manual, so no actuators on them of any kind, so you're
So you guys shut the valve off real quick and run.
So actually, on the one that says the RAS pump, we actually have that one valved to the contact tank. In case you need it at night, if you lose your other pump, we can start that pump and it's gonna go right to the contact tank.
Any other questions?
there's no place, just like Debbie said, there's no place for like little notes or any kind of, like,
No, there isn't a notes page.
like even if you click on the
Oh,
pump,
logbook.
even if you click on the pump and have some notification like that.
No, so when we started the project, there was a notes page.
There was?
There was.
You bringing up
That's when
this is a
we're
sore
hoping to
subject.
remember to put it on the update. Say, hey, these pumps are all valved to this position.
Why did they opt away from
Because the notes weren't gonna be stored anywhere, they weren't gonna be historical data, and someone wanted it to be good.
It was more like a day-to-day to where if you hit the clear button, it wasn't storing what was written there, but it could have been used like, today, this is what I did. If someone says, okay.
Yeah, like if there's a
just
pump
check off.
that's not working for some reason, you leave a note, how long would it stay there for?
It'd
until
stay until
you
someone deleted
deleted
it.
it.
Yeah.
That would be so awesome for us. Be a help.
Did you save money that way?
They didn't want to do it because it wasn't being historized or whatever to some,
How much does that
Yeah,
say?
why make our lives easier?
but that's it.
That's it, dude.
Okay.
Sorry.
I know
Not
Richard,
your
I
fault.
think Richard
Not your
wanted that.
fault.
No page.
We tried.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, you could have a tab notes.
Right. Okay. Is that something they can add later?
You can add whatever kind of screen you want to add in the future, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not, it wouldn't be hard.
Okay.
Can you show us?
So if I buy a DCS guy lunch, I might be able to get one.
Maybe.
Okay.
Easily bought.
SPS page looks pretty much the same as leach page. 2 tanks, 2 valves. The valves are in the same way. They're both always open and in operator mode. They do have the same switchover feature.
Are the W3 pumps, the 3 and 4, actually smaller pumps?
Yes. They're less capacity.
On the tanks, there's a valve, you know, obviously you have your bulkhead valves here. There is a valve though that marries the 2 tanks, correct?
I thought they married through those valves.
They do.
Not
So
that-
when you got each discharge valve open, they'll marry up.
I thought there was a valve in between the 2 tanks that you could close if you wanted to isolate them from each other. Yeah,
No,
no? Okay.
because if you would do that, you will be isolating some pumps. Because you know how you have
Right.
2 and 2,
Right.
so if you have something in the middle, you will be isolating 2 pumps. Because it's a common line.
I think just to be between the 2 tanks itself.
No, there's
Not
nothing,
going
no,
through.
there's nothing right there.
Okay.
pressure mode, you're gonna be trying to maintain a certain pressure set point off of this PIT. In level mode, what it's going to do is it's going to take this level minus this level, and then based on the minute of the hour, it's going to keep incrementing up until it gets that delta. So if you ever want to know, if they ever ran this at different set points, they just always run at 24 for whatever reason, you would see that this could be 24.2 if the next set point is 25.
Is this that new wet well they put in?
Yeah.
So now we have
Reservoir
control
open.
over it.
Do we actually have actual feedback?
Yeah.
Because for a long time, we didn't have any.
Right, all reclaimed water was taking care of it.
Well, yeah, that and the
So
reservoir.
now we
was
have
right
access to it, so now we're in charge of it again.
there. Okay.
I'm only assuming.
No.
No?
Right.
Steve's still taking it over?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we can actually look at it.
Yes, Victor and Steve, they're the one controlling that.
So we still call them in case of an emergency
Yes, sir.
or discrepancy? Okay.
Yes.
Not really an emergency. I'll shut it down.
Oh, on T-Ply?
Yes.
You know how we're talking about the outfall gate?
Mhm.
Whenever the C-flow residual hits negative 0.8, it will close the gate
Right.
and it will close the reclaimed influent well gate too also.
That's the way it used to work.
Yeah, well, we have to make sure
And then
that gets opened back up.
Yeah.
You still open
What's
it?
is there an alarm specifically you have to acknowledge to get it to open back up, or do you have to do something specific?
No, you just log in.
Go to the button.
Once it
I'll
comes
put it
back
on
into
operator
the-
mode and put it 100% and
It'll reopen.
Yes.
You know what the button number?
You don't have to go out there.
Really?
Which gate is that?
It's for the reclaim influent flow meter. That's what they call it now, right?
It's this reclaimed influent gate.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
reclaim influent gate.
So previously, if you had a plant shutdown at Carbon, that, you'd have to go to that like shutdown screen and hit the reset button?
No more.
No more.
But are there alarms that are?
Yeah, you gotta reach that, whatever alarms that came through that toggle that gate to close.
And if they don't clear right away, it won't let you do
It
it?
won't, it won't.
Okay.
That's one of the permissives.
Because even when you hit that reset, you could still have things that were,
No, everything's gotta be clear for that gate to stay open if you go back to remote.
can you enable and disable PT and CT like you used to be able to?
You can if you want, but that's, you're in charge of that.
No, yeah, but that's something we used to be able to do because the level was so high and it would
Yeah,
mess up the
back in the
CT
day.
reading. Well, no, that was just, if, once the level got to a certain point, it would reach 5,000 CT and it would go
Yeah.
into an alarm state. But you have way more CT than you
For that
need.
flow meter, right?
So did they fix
Yeah.
that?
Yes, someone say yes.
Because you're gonna have the same problem, the flow's gonna back up and you're gonna have way too much CT.
As far as I
Is it gonna
know,
be in an alarm state because of that?
as far as I know, they
Yeah.
didn't they tried a new flow meter and it didn't work.
I know, I remember the flow meter not working, but that doesn't change the fact that that's still gonna be in an alarm state.
It should almost like lock in, right?
What happens?
He was still able to open the gate.
But the only way you used to be able to open the gate is because you could go hit that CT/DT disable button.
Right.
Because you knew you had 10,000 CT or whatever it was, and you could do what you had to do.
I think on the program, even though it's reading 5,000, it will still let you open it. I'm pretty sure.
As long as it's not in an alarm state.
No, I'm pretty sure it does.
Pretty sure it makes me feel really good.
I'll test it today.
Hey, let's just-
What you gotta do is you gotta just put take that flow meter and put a value in there. Then that fixes everything.
Well, yeah, but it's also fraud.
Alright, let's get back to it.
Okay, let's go. Okay.
Alright, so something that you can see here, you get the FIFO block for each set of pumps. You get one for the soft starts, one for the VFDs. You also have a minimum VFD speed setting. So the maximum number of pumps, what this is going to do is it's going to limit the number of pumps it will stage on based on the requirement of the process. So if you're in level control mode and it says it needs 4 pumps, you can limit it to 3 or 2 if you want. You can never run all 5 pumps at the same time. Wet well set points. So the wet well and pivot really comes into play when you're in pressure, actually both modes, but essentially what it'll do, it'll ramp down the VFD until the wet well starts to recover. If the wet well doesn't recover, then they'll stage a pump off, and they'll start with the soft starts. And once it drops the soft start, it'll ramp the VFDs back up to 94% or 84%. One of the two. And then they'll start modulating again, and if it still continues to drop, it will continue to shed pumps until you're down to 1. If you ever hit a shutdown level, all your pumps are going to stop immediately, and they won't start back up until you hit this restore level. Makes sense? Any question?
I have an unrelated question. What is a surge compressor? Is that the compressor that's in that little room? On the far left corner?
Oh, this guy?
Yeah.
So it's not the room, it's
It's the one outside for the
outside,
reclaim,
yeah.
for the reclaimed water.
There's
It's
that
the
little
one
package
against the
system
wall on the way in the
against your
back.
Brick wall.
Oh.
The new system they put in.
So the T-plant's off to your right and the RW building's out front, and it's off to your left.
It's that big purple one way out there.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we just,
Right.
we've never had visibility, so I don't
Yeah,
know what any of that stuff
We've never
is.
had to do anything with it, yeah. Yeah, it's right up against the brick wall.
By the back gate, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The very, very back
Yeah.
gate. Sorry.
That's okay. Utility screen. Don't imagine you need to make it very often, but you do have visibility on your solar system. You also have this panel power page. This one actually might come into play because these are all priority 1 alarms.
Then the generator.
And then your generator.
Those are probably ones. Right?
I think these are priority 2s for the most part. I think the one that's not is your generator fail is priority 1. Your generator running, I think, is also priority 1.
Yeah, those two, right?
Yeah, I don't think the other 2 are.
The lowest are probably.
No, that's on the fuel tank, because by that time, you're assuming you already called, Cogent to come and check their stuff.
So this is a level.
Yeah, that's right too, right?
Yeah, level.
What are they?
Priority
Priority
2.
two.
That's your priority 2.
Oh, wow. Where's that at?
This is priority 1. So your generator failed priority 1, the rest are all priority 2s right now.
We don't have the option to change the priority, right?
No, we don't.
We do not.
You guys know it can be changed, yeah.
I think the generator off or on.
That should be a
I think that
priority.
should be a priority.
Why would they change that now?
Simply go like
What
that.
we've always had.
We talked to,
You can do this. Now it's a priority 1.
We can change that, huh?
no, we can't, he can't.
I can.
Oh, okay.
Just to give.
You know, just leave it on a priority, I wanna talk to, Manuel about it. Because I think that one should be a priority 1 too.
Yeah. Makes sense. Security page, we talked about it.
By itself.
Yep. Log out. Compliance page here. Here's your violation totalizers.
It's like slowing way down.
Okay, did you guys' round book, like the morning round book, change a lot with all this stuff?
What happened?
Your morning round book, did you just pull your data off of a Foxborough?
Yeah, you have to,
No, everything's that same.
and you start deleting a lot of that stuff out of it.
Yeah, we still, like, we're having got the, like the filter runtime. We haven't been able to get that off the database anymore, because it doesn't. Now, what else?
You gotta go to the
Also,
report. to
the
get this.
turbidity average
The severe average,
isn't right anymore.
that's something that they're working on.
Good, start cutting all that stuff
Believe it or
out.
not, we haven't been able to have access to the KPI for, I don't know, like 3 weeks?
More than that.
Yeah, so they're working on that too.
We're gonna have no violations and no whatever. We'll have the tickets.
That's everything?
Could be compliance. That's pretty much it. As a
Fun
drink, you
stuff.
can actually go back on some fun stuff. You go sit
I
down,
do it
sit
all.
down.
I did have it.
We'll cover the alarms real quick. Or, well, we'll cover the alarms real quick. So things to note, you have your priority over here on the left side. This column right here is your alarm state. It'll say either in alarm act, in alarm unact. In alarm, or RTN, alarm RTN, return to normal. Is that it? Time it came in, time it was acknowledged. If it came into alarm and returned to normal, you'll see a time show up here without someone acknowledging it. You get your message or your description. This should match up what you get on your, the description in your Win-1 call out page. Get a group, which comes into play later. And then you have the alarm tag itself. Priority 2 alarms are this black text on the white background when they're acknowledged. When they come in, there'll be a black background and they'll blink at you with white text. Priority 1s are a red background with white text, and they blink at you when they're unacknowledged, and then they turn to this solid red text when they are. You'll see green text if you get an alarm come in and then have it go away without someone acknowledging it. Going across the top, you can choose to acknowledge all of your alarms at one time. You can select individual alarms, and if they're not acknowledged, you can acknowledge it. You can acknowledge with a comment if you want. You can type a message to someone. Okay. You can acknowledge the entire page of alarms. We haven't seen it to the point where you can get to 2 pages worth of alarms, but if you did, you could use it. Remember how we disabled alarms earlier? You can actually do that from here too. But you really only want to be doing that if you know that piece of equipment is going to be out of service for a long period of time. You can choose to shelve an alarm here if you want. You can do multiple at a time. You can unshelve an alarm, although you won't see the alarm show up here, so you'll have to go to another page to unshelve it. And the next one is if I click this faceplate button, it will actually open up the object that's generating my alarm. I don't need to go navigate and find it. I can just click on it here.
Can you clear them? Can you clear, like, that alarm, or that alarm? Or that alarm?
So they'll clear once they're out of their alarm state now. So once you acknowledge it and it returns to normal, it'll go away. But any alarm, anything that's still in current alarm state, it will stay on.
Can you clear that, like, say, it's, it's an alarm, you leave it alone?
Yeah, like in the past, there's been like, let's say you have priority one, and then like 3 days later, you know, it was just a piece of equipment that you were shutting down or something.
Right.
But it stays in an alarm state, you don't wanna keep looking at the same alarm. Can you
Right.
just delete the text off this screen?
You can't just delete the text. What you can do is you can shelve it or you can disable it.
Okay.
Those would be your two options.
Alright.
Um, Another thing you can do is you can click this view alarm details. It pops up in another window with some more information about it. You can see it's not disabled, not being suppressed. Then you can get this information under the trip area. You can see information about when it went into alarm, its severity, the priority, acknowledge time, who acknowledged it.
So,
Tracking device.
I know why they bought it.
One thing to note is that your operator count is actually a read only now. Your generic operator
Uh-huh.
is becoming a read only.
Mm-hmm.
So, just so you,
So you log in under yourself.
log in as yourself. Let's see, you could print this if you wanted to, you can sort it. The one that's kind of useful that, and now I is you can actually assign a filter based on your process area. So if I only want to see my tertiary plant alarms, I can click this drop down and I go to tertiary and I can only see
Nice.
alarms for
That
tertiary.
is cool.
And we'll stay on this filter until I either choose to clear it with no filter or I navigate away and come back to it.
What's the question mark?
The show up to 500 faulted alarms. You should never have faulted alarms. Basically, it means that they're not configured correctly.
Okay.
Or someone deleted the tag in the PLC that they're looking at. An easier way to see all those alarms is to go to this Alarm Explorer page. And then they'll all show up down here.
Then you see where it says shelf alarm? That's when they show.
Any alarms you have shelved will show up in here. Any alarms that you have disabled are going to show up here. And then this column over here is actually going to show you every single alarm, whether it's in alarm state or not.
Now, can you filter from there?
You can do,
Yeah. To the left, you can actually go down and keep on the left, so that left folder structure.
this.
Yeah. You can actually drill down to each area.
Oh, okay.
And those are actually correspond to those buttons in the navigation.
Correct.
Which buttons?
You know, in the navigation, you know how you have
So, on your
preliminary.
homepage, how you have
See those?
primary, preliminary,
Yeah.
secondary, tertiary.
Oh, okay,
There's
so
an
the
actual,
title.
there's an
Okay.
actual area for each one of those that you
Gotcha.
can drill down to, so it keeps kind of navigation.
Okay, that's helpful.
And that's true for these ones on the right side too.
Okay.
Your alarm history, it's gonna grab all of your alarms, the last 50,000. So, but it counts things such as, you know, enabling alarm counts as an event, disabling alarm counts, acknowledging alarm, the alarm coming in. So it's not just alarms that are shown here.
So like sometimes what will happen is I'm on call on a Saturday night and I don't come back to work until Wednesday.
Yeah.
But I wanna talk to an instrumentation tech about what happened, or, you know, we just wanna look at the alarm text and try to figure out whatever it was. If I wanted to just search for that alarm, how would I do that?
Go to search for that one alarm.
Or, you know, I know that it said something about this, can I just search a series or?
It's not done yet.
Yes, you can do this.
You can't do that?
There's
It'll
a
show you.
find button right here.
Okay,
So,
and then you can like type in some search criteria or something like that?
right.
Okay.
You can type in wild cards if I remember correctly.
Wild cards?
Yeah, you can put asterisks. It counts as a wild card, so anything before it or after it will show up.
I don't think you need to use, we'll just look for that word.
We'll
Does the test rate go like your pager test?
No,
Mm-hmm.
no.
Yeah.
Yes, look,
Right here.
right there.
So you have this regional plant status page,
Well, alarm?
that's where you go, that's the 911.
Oh, what's the Win 911?
Sorry.
That's the
Uh,
pager test.
That's the new kind of primary alarm dial software. It'll tell you specifically what's going on.
You know how you
Whereas
set
the
off
radio will just tell
an
you.
alarm every day? Sign alarm
We didn't understand your sophistication.
at the end of your shift? Ours does it automatic now, at 3 o'clock, it says out. An alarm. You don't have to do anything.
It's alarming agent.
Yep.
I wonder where he uses it a lot.
Everybody,
So I'm actually gonna go and talk a little bit about one alarm feature, the alarm history. Let me log in. YouTube, what I'm going to. And it'll, this is to search for some alarms in the alarm history. Let's say you came back over after the weekend and you wanna look back over the weekend or maybe even the previous week, you know there was an alarm, you wanna go check it out. So you open up the alarm history, it's gonna fill its buffer, and you can see the edit filter is still grayed out. And once it's filled, it'll become available, and that's how you can filter this page for any of these columns, for event time, for group. And like I said before, these groups actually match the navigation button, whatever that text is on that navigation button. Give it a minute here, it's loading.
And how many texts you said that it can hold on the alarm history?
Well, so the database itself holds all your alarms, but
Okay.
this page loads up 50,000 at a time, that's the max.
Oh, okay.
And there's no way to allow me to default it to something less, so I have to wait for it. You can see that there in the
Yeah,
corner.
yeah, I see mine
Doing-
too.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it takes a little bit. There's a lot of alarms. Well, and like Leo said, this isn't just alarms. It's when it went into alarm, or when it came back, when it was acknowledged, set point change. There's a lot of other little things in this that show up.
Oh, that one is slow. Mine already got to 50,000.
Yeah, just get it.
It's getting there.
I think he's already scheduled.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have you guys click on your alarm summary and actually create a filter to look. So if you're on the alarm summary, let your pages kind of get up to the 50,000, and you'll see the edit filter becomes available right now. And so all you have to do is click on that button. And this is all of the columns you can make a filter for. And we're gonna make one for event time. So if you click event time and then add the condition, it's gonna say where the event time, it goes to less than, but we wanna start with greater than. And then we pick a day, you could pick any day on the calendar here. I'm just picking the 20th, I'm gonna leave the time, whatever it is. And then when you're done setting that, you hit OK, and it adds that to this. So it's gonna display events where the event time is greater than 120. So it would actually show events right now if I hit apply filter between 120 and the current date. But I'm gonna add another where condition to where my event time is less than 121. So it's gonna only look between these times on 120 and 121. So if I hit OK, and if you read it, it says display events where the event time is greater than 108 on 120 and less than 109 on 121. So it's going to look between those two times. And if I hit apply filter, what it does is it takes all of my alarms and looks for alarms that happen in that time. And you can see my events decreased quite a bit.
Yeah.
And so now you can actually look between those times and see something. And if you want to even go further, you can say edit filter and see my filter still
Oh, yeah,
applied,
so, yeah.
still there, so I wanna go to group. I'm gonna add a condition where it's defaults to equals and you wanna select contains. And I can see here there's a group, this is the group column, the sludge transfer. So I want a group that says sludge transfer, or contains that wording, and you hit OK. So it's gonna look for all of these, apply all of those to this group. And if I hit apply filter, you'll now see that they're all just sludge transfer alarms or whatever occurred in that time frame. You can see it's 1/21. So that's one way you can go back and say, hey, I knew last Friday there was something that went haywire before the weekend or whatnot. And you kind of filter it down rather than looking at 50,000 events and scrolling up and down. This allows you to do that. And then even in this, you could actually do the find and type in, let's say I knew it was a level alarm. You can type find level, and then when I hit find, it's going to go through the text and look for level. And see, it highlighted level there. And if I find the next one, it finds another one, it finds another one. It'll keep going down, finding text. So this is probably a quicker way, let's say you knew over the
I don't
weekend.
know what I did, but I think I messed up.
You got download them all again.
Yeah, but it's not. I broke in it. Okay, go ahead, continue.
So this would become a good tool if like you come in on Monday and no one's there, or you're doing a shift change and no one told you anything. You can kind of go back here, look at the alarms for the past couple of days and say, all right, this is what's happened. I just want to go over that just to get a little more detail, and so you guys know. I don't think you guys had this ability before on the DCS.
No, we had to go to the historian and go through every single alarm.
And the historian wasn't reliable.
No.
Yeah, so this will tell you, and then
Look at the
this,
date and
and this even tells you when it went to normal, when in alarm, when it was acknowledged. So you can kind of, it should tell you a lot more information. And so with that, I'm going to move on to trends. Trends are a pretty important tool to you guys, I think. And the way we've set it up, we have all analogs we're trending or historizing that data. And if you look at, you can go to the home page, this is an easy one. You can see all the analog blocks. There's this little box there and it looks like a trend, little graph. And if you click on it, it'll actually pull up a 24-hour trend of that analog. And within this, you can see it's the last 24 hours. It's not live, but if you want it to go live, you can actually click this live mode. And now it's going to start scrolling every second for that 24-hour period. We can take it out of live mode, and there's other time periods that are default. You can go 30 minutes, an hour, 6 hours, or you can even change the time to whatever you want it to be here.
You can change the hour, so like if you want to look at
Midnight to
15
midnight.
minutes, second, or okay.
Yeah, you can change this to exactly down to, you want to look for at a second worth of
Okay.
data. Really won't show much, but.
Yeah. Well,
But
just a number
We
point.
do that.
Sometimes you need just whatever the value was right at that moment.
Oh,
You see what I'm saying? Like, let's say it's a chlorine contact tank effluent analyzer reading.
like this one?
Sure. If you
This is
know,
the effluent residual.
if you know that it started to go bad, or you know you had a gate closure at exactly 1
Yeah, so
minute,
there's
you need to know. what
There's
that was.
cursor, so you see the two bars there up at the top?
Yeah.
See the two verticals? Click on that.
Little
Okay.
foot.
And you see those bars?
You can just move it.
You can move that to wherever you want, and it shows you the time
Right.
stamp above where that value is happening.
Okay, great.
So now you don't even have to zoom down into the graph. And then there's actually a vertical bar. It's right next to that horizontal bar. If you look up at the top of the toolbar, click up here next to the,
Okay.
click that one, and that gives you vertical bars.
Oh, wow.
You can slide up and down also. So there's a little more extra tools in this trend.
That's fancy.
And so I think it'll help you guys kind of do that. And so now let's say I'm like, all right, this is the effluent residual. I want to know what was happening on the influent at this time. So you can see down here is my effluent, and it also has a box. So click that box,
Oh, it just adds it.
and it adds it to this trend.
Wow.
Same time frame. And so if you want to see your tags, you can click on the tags and see the tags here if you want. And if you want to make them the same axis, min and max, you can change these here. You just have to click on them and type in what you want it to be.
How'd you bring up that box? I don't have that box.
So at the bottom it says tags.
Oh, okay.
Click on that and it comes
Oh, I
up.
see.
And then if you want to minimize that back down, there's this in the middle here. There's a click to collapse, and it'll collapse it back down, just so you can see it a little better. And then this window is also, you can stretch it out. Say you want to stretch it out to be a little bigger, you can see it. Just grab a corner and stretch it, kind of like a typical Windows. And so now let's say I want to look at these on two different axes. I want to stack them. There's this little button up here that says stack y-axis. You click on that, it actually puts them on their own axis.
Oh, okay.
So that you can look at both of them. You can change the axis one, and it won't affect the other one. And so yeah, you can. There's a lot of different things that you can do with this. I'll get into a little more of what these buttons and stuff do on our bigger trend. But I just wanted to show you I can keep clicking and adding values to this, and it'll keep stacking them or putting them on this trend. It's kind of a quick, hey, what was going on with all my residuals on the contact base, and you just click them all onto one trend. Hey, look, there was a bump there, or something like that, or an upset. And so down below, we've added this, and what it is all the alarm events that occurred during this time period that's for this. So if I change this to 1 hour, it goes and looks for that last hour and puts all the alarm events that happened during that hour down here. And so if you want to scroll down, you can see, oh yeah, there was some alarms. So green is an actual set point change. Blue is an alarm, was an acknowledged. Gray is an alarm cleared or went back to normal state. And then red, we get down to a red one. Red means that was an actual alarm occurred then. And let's say I want to say, I want to know a little more about that alarm. You can actually, if you click this alarm, it takes you to another semi-report, and it shows you occurrences around that alarm. So it goes to that date or that time. You can see there's two different times it happened. If I click on this plus button, what it does is it goes 60 minutes ahead and 60 minutes before and after that alarm occurred. It's going to tell me what happened. So you can see the minute offset. So this is before the alarm occurred, 54 minutes, 50 minutes, all of this was happening down to 5, 1, 0. This white one is the actual alarm that I'm looking at. And you can actually go the other direction. So 1 minute, so I can look at this and say 4 minutes before this alarm happened, someone acknowledged it right there. Or someone acknowledged that. So just click on the alarm.
Okay.
Just click that.
Oh, this window.
Yeah, you can see the little hand. And then it brings this up. And so I can even go back past it. So when that alarm came on, afterwards, someone changed this set point. So it's a really powerful tool if you really start to look into it. You scroll up. So that there's, when you get to this point, you can scroll down and you'll see there's a little plus sign next to the,
Just hit the plus.
hit the plus sign, and it's going to show you all of the associated events around that for that time period. And it's for this time period up here. So if I change this time period, it's going to change whatever's down there. And then go back to the events listing, you just hit this button, and it goes back to what it was before, which shows all the events that happened during this time period. Takes a little bit to load, but it is over 24 hours. And so if I change this to, and each one of these, so you can glance at this graph at the top. You can see the red ones are alarms. These are when the alarm's clear. These are acknowledges, and the greens are someone changing the set point. And if I want to, I can actually hover over it and it tells me the tag. And even further, if I click on it, it'll take me down in the list to that alarm. Wow. So there's that alarm that happened at the top of there. So this is kind of a nice just tool. So I'll show you if I change it to an hour. It only goes back to an hour. So the past hour, there's really only 4 things that happen as far as events or alarms, which is kind of nice. You can say, all right, past hour, things have been pretty cool. But yeah, that's one of the things we've done. And this is on all of the analogs. Anytime you pull up that little trend tool, it's going to pull this up with all of that stuff. So now I'm going to go into kind of a little more complex trend. So I'm going to open up this trend button. Let's say you're trying to investigate something. And you just want a big trend. You click the trend button. Now you get this, and it's pretty much that same trend, except for it's just on one single page. And over to the left, you see My Enterprise and Public. These are where all the tags for your system are. And so if you drill down through Public, you'll see IEUA, go further into wastewater. We've added other folders for future. So a lot of these are empty right now since Carbon Canyon is the only one right now. And so then you open up Carbon Canyon, and what we've done is we've made these folders the same as your nav buttons. You remember those things, preliminary, primary, secondary? Folders are the same structure. So as you go through, it's easy to find, oh, that was on the preliminary, so I know that there was an influent one. These are all the tags that are in the influent that are associated with the influent. And if you move this over, you can actually see a description of them. And if I want to trend it, all you have to do is double click on it. It'll push it over here, or you can actually even grab it and hold your button down and drag, and then let go of your button, and it'll drag it onto the trend. And so what it does, we've defaulted them to 24 hours. You can set this, you can change this to an hour, 12 hours. You can even go in and change your times to whatever you want here. I'll get into what each one of these up here does. So let's say I'm working on the trend and I've made it how I want and I want it to save. You come up over here and hit this little P button. It's called Publish. So it's way up in the corner here. And if you hit Publish, it's back to the same folder structure that we just drilled down through. So now you can drill down and save the trend to any to the folder you want to go to. Let's say they've created other folders in here. I mean, we'll put one here, and then the name is just whatever you want it to be. I'm just going to put test. And you can put a description if you want. You just hit publish, and so it publishes it now. And so any one of you guys, you should actually you'll probably see it on yours. If you go select this folder and scroll down here.
What folder is it?
If you go down to the CCWRF preliminary influent, and scroll all the way down to the bottom below the tags, you'll see the little test one trend.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So now that's one way you can share someone. You can text them, hey, I just made a trend or something like that. Go check it out in the influent folder. They can go and see exactly what you were looking at. And so there's also print buttons, print preview buttons. So if you have a printer, you can print these. These days catch up.
Okay, now you're.
My computer's super slow.
It's a slow computer. So the other thing is this little exclamation point is a refresh button. So let's say I changed from 24 hours, let's say I changed it to 48. You can change the date to 125. And you see one appears here. What that does is it refreshes the graph to whatever you change those times to. And that's all that does. So if I hit refresh, it's now looking at the past 2 days. And it actually says in your 2 days, it'll say how long or how long you took off work. It's kind of nice. Yeah, you can stack trends. So you guys, I showed you the live data. So this is actually looking at live data coming in. It'll scroll. You can send it down to 1 hour, the past 20 minutes. It'll keep scrolling. It'll keep that same time frame and scroll through.
Can you set it to how often you want it to collect the data point?
It does every second all the time.
Oh, okay.
And so if I go down to 30 minutes, you'll actually probably see it. It'll slowly trend, it's slowly just moving.
5 seconds.
Yeah, about 5, yeah. And you can actually change the lower grid down here to actually have more tick marks. And so if I put 4 or 5, you'll see it'll add more times down here. And you can actually show grid lines if you want. So each one, you can set it up so that the x-axis has, if you know your 30 minutes, you can figure out how many tick marks you want, make it at every 2 minutes, and then show, okay, every 2 minutes this is where it is. Wow. Another nice thing, so I've shown you the cursors, the vertical ones, same here, same vertical cursors, drags them across. One nice thing about this bigger one, you can see you can put in vertical ones. And then there's another thing called statistics, which is next to that horizontal line. So if you go up to the top here, if you click on that little button that has weird symbols on it.
Mine's blocked out. Oh, probably because I don't have data points collected.
Yeah. So if you get some data or put a line out there. So what this does is it takes statistics for this time period you're looking at, and it gives you the minimum, the maximum. It'll give you the average over this time period. It'll actually give you one standard deviation off from the average.
Pi squared.
E equals MC squared.
Yeah.
E equals me.
And you can see the list. It actually gives me a list. So it actually shows me both tags in here. It's giving me the average, the min-max for each one of them. And then beyond, actually let me go back to that, sorry. If you're in the statistics, you can see up here, if you have this drop down, I can actually look at for the time period between the cursors. So now it's looking between these two cursors, and it's giving me the min-max average between the cursors you have on your screen. And if you move them, you'll see that when you hit the statistics button again, it'll give you a different, it's now looking between these cursors. And it calculates all those automatically for you. One really neat feature is another one I'd like to show. Is if you're on this, if you click on this trend and you right click on it, go to properties and trace, and then there's this little check mark that says statistics. If you check that and then hit OK, it actually shows you statistics. So this middle line is your average. This is actually 1 deviation away from the average. This is 2 deviation, and that's 3 deviation away. So you can quickly look, oh look, it went 1 deviation out right here. And now, if you want, you could actually go back to that statistics button and actually bring up those stats. If you want to know what that average was, you now know my average in there was this. And actually the deviation, or the standard deviation, how far this top line away from that is, it'll tell you right there. It's 12.29. So there's a lot of powerful training tools I imagine you guys haven't had. One nice thing about this is you can actually print it from here. It'll print this table for your min-max average, and then you can save it. If you want to save it, you can save it as a CSV file, which it will save as a comma-separated file. And then you can take that and email it to someone or send it to someone. There's a lot more tools for you guys to grab data out of that.
Man, to have you guys busy.
I'm gonna tell you, do it yourself.
And so on the trace, to turn it back off, you just uncheck the statistics. It will come back off. Bring back to normal. So another thing you can do is trace data. You want to look at the actual data points. You right-click on the trace. It'll bring back and tells you the values of the data that's on this trend. And if you want, you can actually hit the save button, and it'll save it as a CSV file. The one thing you got to be careful. So since I have two tags up, it's actually showing me both tags. It's in a narrow format, and what you have to do is click the wide format, and what that does is it creates a column for each tag. So you can see that's the conductivity and the pH. You can see the values are different, and these are timestamps that it actually comes in. And so when you save it as a CSV file, these will each be separated into comments. So when you open up Excel, they'll all be a different column.
So
And then-
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because the ability to collect specific data points is so precise, is it possible that we're able to populate the Access database with all of this data?
Well, so you probably, I mean, yeah, you could.
Does that make any sense?
I see where you're going.
So I'm trying to go in the direction of doing less work.
He's looking at tank levels, right?
Every morning at 6:05.
Collect the
record
data
that
point,
number.
and it goes into,
So these are all historical data points, and that data is trended. I mean, it's historized based on a change, or if it doesn't change, we historize every, I think, 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay.
And so, like, if the point stays flat, every 15, I don't want to keep taking one every second or whatever. So every 15 minutes, just to save disk space and whatever else.
Okay.
Is what it does. But yeah, on a change, if it changes, it'll actually record that point, even if it's within the 15 or however fast it's changing.
How would this save a trend? So when you can just run the trend every morning? So instead of clicking to every page,
Yeah, so
you
if
just pull up
you,
the trend and get all your levels.
No, well, yeah, I mean, that's like first thing. What I'm saying is, there's no reason why we shouldn't just populate off of this.
yeah, I see where you're getting at. But yes, you could do that. So the CSV file is just raw data. I mean, and that's what it's coming out with. But yeah, so there's a lot of neat features you guys can do with this.
Yeah.
And so like you said, I could make a trend with all my levels on it for the past 24 hours, or midnight to midnight, previous day. And then open that and publish it. And then so the next day I just walk in, open it, and they're all there.
It's gonna revolutionize the amount of work.
It won't fly, homie. It's not gonna fly.
What are you talking about? It's not gonna fly.
And so another thing, if I just want to look at, so if I unstack these and I have them overlapped, and I just want to look at one trace, there's a button up here that'll just look at the one that I have selected down here. It just hides the other one. So it's just a quick, like, oh, I have too much stuff on that. I can hide it from that. And that's what this one, that button does. It only looks at the one that you have selected down here. And then if you want to do the same thing, there's this checkbox down here on the tags. If you uncheck it, it actually takes it off. And if I check it again, it puts it back on. Kind of just quick quick reference stuff.
So how would you build, let's say I wanna build a trend, and then every single day at the same time, I want that trend to get collected, so that I can look at it. How would you do that? Or would I have to build a trend every day?
You wouldn't have to build a trend, you just, like, I
Save
would
it.
build one trend and publish it, and then every day I go and change it to the day I wanna look at it.
Okay, I got you.
Like, if I save this for 24 hours, for the past 24 hours, the next time I open it, it's gonna go to the last 24 hours, but I may wanna change it to like midnight to midnight
Right.
of the previous day. And that's pretty simple up in these boxes here.
So when you publish it and save it, where does it?
So this
did
is
I
up,
miss that?
so there's what's called the Vantage Point portal,
Okay,
and that's a server running on your SCADA system
okay,
that saves all of this data, and it's connected to historians. So the historian for Carbon Canyon it's connected to. It's even connected to recycled water. So there is some data there at the recycled water. I can actually go access that from here and throw them on trends here,
okay.
which is kind of nice for you guys if you're cross-plant, like, hey, I want to historize RP5's influent wet well or against the RP5 flow from over here from Carbon Canyon, right?
Right.
We are sending that data, but let's say you wanted to just look at them, you can
Okay.
with these. It's kind of nice.
That's cool.
And so when you publish it, it saves it to that server in these folder structures.
Okay.
And so yeah, that's why you see wastewater, CCW, there's an RP1, an RP2, an RP4. So in the future, as we move these over, you're going to start having those.
Okay, so, alright, that makes sense.
And they'll have folder structures underneath them for their areas of the plant.
Right, okay.
And that's where you save it. And so every day we just go to the same one. You could be at any computer and go to that same one. You don't have to log into that same computer and run the
Same to be
trend.
at home.
Yes, you could. But yes, midnight to midnight, and then just publish it.
Yeah.
Set it up how I want. And then, I mean, you can even change this access to, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I can make it say, I can change the text, what it reads there, to whatever I want it, like influent pH. I could call it Bob. And then when you publish it, it saves that. And so every time you pull it up, it's going to have whatever you changed,
Okay.
which makes it kind of nice. And so a lot of them default to this automatic scale. What it does is it looks at data between the time period you have. So I have the last 30 minutes, and it tries to scale it a little below and a little above the min and max of what it sees.
Okay.
And that's why you see the scale is kind of off.
I see, yeah.
And so if I were to go or if I go the standard scale, I can change it to whatever I want, 0 to whatever. And then you can actually also select the tag min and max. It'll scale it to that tag min and max. So like I said, there's a lot of
Yeah, I'm sure some of that, some of us will never even use.
Yeah.
Just how much you can do with it.
yeah. I mean, it gets really far into what you want. I mean, I can change the color here to whatever I want. I can make it thicker. Refresh. Interesting.
It made that line bolder.
It made this.
Yeah.
It didn't make the actual trace. That's funny. You can make the trace bolder. Here, actually, what I do. So what I've found down here, if you click on
The block.
this block, it brings up
Yeah.
what you want to do with it. So if I want to make that one thicker, I can make it thicker.
That's cool.
Yeah. And same with the access min and max. If I want to change it, I can change it here to whatever I want.
You might not have to wear your glasses though.
And then you can also change how many decimal points it shows. 3, 1, 2. It'll show.
Okay.
Like for the conductivity, you may want to change it down to 0, right? That's a pretty high number.
Yeah.
That's kind of it's a nice feature for this. The next feature is called time periods. And the really nice thing about this is you can overlay different time periods with the data from those time periods. And so what I'm gonna do, you guys can follow along too, is make a new time period. So right now I'm looking at the last 24 hours. I'm gonna look at yesterday's same time frame data overlaid on top of this same time frame.
Okay.
So what you do is you select this little clock up here. It says new time period. Click on that, and what it does is it creates a new time period. If you see the little drop down arrows here, you click on that, and there's 2 time periods now. And so I want to make this blue one yesterday, so all I do is go to the date, change that to 25 to 2126, and then I hit apply. And what that did is it overlaid 2 different time periods. So you can see the faded blue. That faded blue is for today's, and the one that's highlighted is actually yesterday's data over the same time frame. So you can see yesterday, or today, there was a dip here, but yesterday it didn't have that.
Yep.
And you can go back, you can add 5 different time periods on top of each other if you want.
Just by continually clicking this the little clock?
You click the little clock and it'll add another time period.
Okay.
And if you want to remove a time period, you come up here and you select which one you want to remove. So what it does is these are selected, it'll highlight that time period. So if I just highlighted the blue one, so it's going to go and highlight the other one, fade the other one behind it. And you can see there was, it's kind of neat, I can tell right there they had this in maintenance mode, they probably were doing something with the analyzer.
Now, what does the double clock mean?
So this will synchronize the 2 time periods together. So let's say you zoomed in or edited, it'll try and synchronize them back to the same time periods.
Okay.
Or the same thing, default width of time. Yeah, it's pretty, a lot of different stuff. And so if you want to remove a time period, you can right click on the screen and say delete time period. And it deletes it. And so now I only have my one time period that I have. It's the last 24 hours. Nice. So yeah, there's a lot of pretty powerful tools in this this trend for you guys. So further down these icons, there's a plus and minus. They are what you think they are. They are zoom. It zooms in, or it zooms back out. There's what they call a rubber band zoom right next to it. It's the one with, if you click on that rubber band zoom, you can actually drag. Oops. So if you click the rubber band zoom, and I want to zoom in on this point over here because I see it peaked, you can drag it like that, and it'll zoom in on it. And if I want to reset back to my original magnification or reset the zoom, there's this little purple button with the left arrow, looks like a return key. If you click on it, it'll reset it back to what it was. So if you mess up, if you drag it wrong or whatever, you can go back and reset it to whatever you got to. And then the last kind of thing here is, let's say we're looking at 24 hours. I want to pan back 24 hours. These 2 buttons up here, one is pan backwards and one's pan forward. If you click it, what it does is it takes 24 hours and shifts the whole thing back 24 hours. You can see the date change when I click on it. So it goes back to 124, 125. You can keep going back. Makes it quick. And that's kind of the trends in a nutshell. There is a trend tool that we've installed on the SCADA clients, and it comes from Vantage Point. It has the same. It's an application outside of whatever your SCADA's in. So what I like to do is I actually make so it's just that same trend, what we just went through, is in its own little application. So I could actually move it around, change it, and leave my SCADA running or whatever. I don't have to. I could keep this on this page and open up another trend above it and do whatever I want with it. But it's that same exact trend to all of the buttons, all the cursors, all that stuff is exactly the same as that. And it's it'll be on your. We try and make a shortcut on the taskbar, but if it's not there, you can go to All Programs, Start, All Programs, Rockwell Software, and then there's Vantage Point, and then there's a trend, it says Trend. If you click on that, that'll bring up that application. And this is that same folder structure. You go down to Public, Wastewater, find all your tags wherever they're at, drag them in here, do whatever you want. You can publish from here. You can see the ones you published. You can open them up in this one also. So if you have multiple monitors or something like that, I tend to have a tendency to open up one of these on the another monitor and look at stuff.
Yeah.
But that's how the trending works. And so you guys were asking how to get to those from the business side. I'm gonna have you guys.
Oh, like not in.
Yeah. What I want you to do is go from a business computer and go look at that trend I published in the info. And so just to see that it's there, and that you could actually go open or look at it. The trend tool isn't going to be on your business computer. You're not going to have all of the fancy cursor bells and whistles, but you can at least open it up and look at it on your business computer. And from there, you can take a screenshot and send it to someone, because these computers aren't on your SCADA network or on your business network.
Okay.
And the SCADA network doesn't have an email or anything like that. So let's try and do this. Hit your Windows key. You'll see your taskbar. I don't know if some of you have it. There's an icon, a circle that says Cisco AnyConnect. Drag yours. Might be hard to see.
Some binoculars.
Yeah.
I do.
And if you click on that, it should bring up a little prompt to log in. And so just hit connect. Let me know if anyone doesn't have it. And then type in your username and password for your SCADA. Oh, you're already connected. Yeah. I'll probably need, since I don't have access, I need one of you guys to.
Well, I can't do.
So now, hit your Windows key again and go to Internet Explorer.
Yours next.
Do you have a screen?
It's thinking.
It's thinking?
How do we? So we go to Internet Explorer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see where it's.
It's raining.
Who's Frank?
Is it really?
Yeah.
I thought it was like the end.
Today?
Yeah, it's raining.
That's AC, homie.
How much you want to bet it's raining?
Yeah. AC.
It's raining.
I hope it is.
So that
It's
It's raining.
It's AC.
It's raining.
All right.
huh?
Clothes will get wet from it. This page should not be displayed.
That's all right.
At
So
35.
down.
Oh, okay.
So down
At 35.
below, you guys have
The key?
a key down on your taskbar,
Yeah.
and it should bring up a screen that has this something
Oh,
similar.
it
to
does.
this.
Okay.
And then on this filter by, there's all resources. You go to Operations South, you'll see a vantage point, big E.
It's the air.
It's the air.
You
Not
don't wanna
rain.
bet? You don't wanna bet?
It can't be rain.
So go to Vantage Point?
So
Go
click on
outside
the-
for 5 minutes and come back.
Click on the Vantage Point, and it takes you to the home page of the Vantage Point. And we want to go to Reports and My Enterprise up at the top.
Okay.
See Reports and My Enterprise, and click on My Enterprise. And what this is going to do is open up. So anything that has
I'm here from
anything that has a report or a trend in it, a folder, it's going to show it over here on the left. So some of those folders, you know that structure, the public, the IUA, wastewater, some of those didn't have reports or anything in them. But if you scroll down to the influent, you can see
I see it right there, test.
that's one trend. You should
That's
be
one
able-
that you published?
That's the
Yeah.
one I
Top of the
published.
reports.
I think you should show all content.
Raining hard out there.
It's raining. You guys didn't wanna bet?
So you can see the trend.
Mine's looking.
Mine's not.
It might
People
take.
want to hide.
I think there's too many people
Maybe
in this
one
user.
zero.
Which trend am I looking for? If you go down into
The test.
preliminary influence, it says
Oh, I
test
see.
one trend. And so, yeah, I had an email, I could take a screen print.
Nice photos. Oh.
Mine's asking me to log in again.
So this, we can,
So if it does ask you to log in, check the remember my credentials, and you won't have to log in.
Click on there. Oh, yeah. Imagine that.
No, because I just heard this one shut off. Well, mine's really thinking it ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, it might be.
What? Says the page can't be displayed. I'm getting fired.
There's no
I have no-
credentials.
I have
You guys
no-
don't have the credentials.
Denied.
So we'll talk to Dave Long and set that up. But this is how you would, from the business side, you can actually now take a screen print. And if you had a printer on this computer, you could actually print this over to something.
so we can access this from our business computers, correct?
Correct. This would, you would see this on your business computer.
Nice.
And so like over at Carbon Canyon, they actually have SCADA computers and then they have two business computers right next there. So you can do it from there, essentially.
Are they available here?
They set them up. So.
Oh.
But this is pretty much how you're gonna access, like, I got the chem usage report. Let me refresh this page. Access denied. That's a setting in the. Yeah, your ISS may not have set up all your access, but you can see this is the chem usage report. So this is all your readings. It's actually for January this year.
Oh, wow.
And so what I'm doing is I'm building them with parameters, and you can actually go and select an absolute period and select whatever month you want, and then it'll bring up that data for that. And so when actually look, there was a zoom. Oh, it still has a print. Yeah. You print with PDF. So you can see, we're not done it fully through the month. I just went full screen. You can see the bleach tanks, bleach odor. These are all the readings that you can just take. The morning, before, after.
The word take.
Yeah.
Pretty populated.
Changing soon.
So one thing I'm doing with these reports is I actually show the raw data. This is what I pull from the database. And then I have a report tab that's kind of more of that data, nicer looking. It's formatted, take decimals and all that stuff.
That's all we're about right there.
Yeah.
Nice looking.
So true. So that's kind of, this is how you would open up a report and send it. Email it, you can print it to whatever printer on the business side. That's how they want you guys to do emails and printing to the business side. And then you could probably even save this. Yeah, I think you can do this. Excel's on your. Oh.
How many login on this you need?
Enlightening. You can actually export these to Excel, and I don't know if that's just how it's. What it does is it actually takes that whole report and plops it down in Excel.
But does it translate over as far as?
It just pulls numbers over, so all of those numbers will be there. You won't be able to change the date yet.
But does it look the same?
Yeah,
Oh, gotcha.
it actually has all the heading and everything. But I think I don't have.
You don't have credentials.
Yeah. But I did.
Just keep me off that credential list.
Yeah, it keeps closing down Excel. But yeah, it'll come out. It takes this and it's like a copy and paste direct into Excel. This is actually created in Excel and published, which I'm going to show you here in a minute. We're going to make our own report.
Ooh, fancy.
So that's kind of, I just wanted to go through that so that you guys could see how to get to the business side or how to get to this information from the business side. So when you publish reports, you can publish up there. And I don't know if they're going to make folders for you guys over here to where you could publish your own stuff and say, hey, go look in my folder at this or whatnot. I don't know how they're going to go about that. That's a potential. You have your own named folder. That way, we don't get 20 different trends in the client's folder, right?
And there'll be like duplicates of a whole bunch of stuff.
Right. So that's pretty much how that works. Let's get back to creating a report. So if you go back, I think there should be an RDP, little computer looking thing on your taskbar. Click that. That should get back to SCADA. Yeah, you guys are back on SCADA there. So let's get into reporting. All the Vantage Point is the actual reporting software that they're using. It puts an add-in into Excel, and you use that add-in for it to go out and look at that historical data, add up on the trends and stuff like that. It'll go pull all that raw data for you, put it in a table in Excel. And then what you do is the add-in also has a publish feature. You can publish that directly up into the portal. And then you can email whoever and say, hey, go look at the report. And it's there. And so you need to open Excel. I think if you hit Alt Home, I think your computer's out of Excel. They should.
I don't see it real quick.
So
Yeah,
we're back.
click in the
What do we hit?
Alt Start Programs.
I don't think you
You guys
guys
went with the 98 look, huh?
Yeah, go to All Programs.
Ed did.
I didn't make these. See Microsoft
Send
Office.
some hate.
Yeah.
My
And then there should be
not
Excel.
working.
There you go. The programs.
You recommend.
Well, I'll never
And then
do
just
this.
open go.
Ask me later.
You gotta say ask me later and then cancel that. They didn't activate your guys' Excel. So
I have Excel.
the,
It appears.
Did you go Microsoft Office?
yeah, the
Excel?
Ooh, I might not be.
Cancel.
Oh,
can't activate it if I don't know the.
Yeah,
Email
don't worry
address
about
is
activating,
associated.
just use the,
There you go, right?
it's probably gonna ask you to activate, just use the default, there's a trial period for activation,
Ask me later.
Yeah, ask me later, yeah.
and then, yeah,
Just click cancel.
then hit cancel on the activation.
Then
And
next.
then next. And then hit that blank. So,
You went for it, huh?
if you have Excel open, you can
Cancel.
see,
Cancel,
there's a Vantage Point tab,
cancel.
and that's the add-in to Excel. And that, you can see up at the top of the Excel ribbon, there's a publish and open. So let's say you had an old one that you want to open up and edit it, you can. The insert is to insert, we're going to do this, is to insert specific stuff like historical data, live data, different things like that. So let's go ahead and hit what I'd like to do is, I pick normally a sheet that's going to pull all the data in, and that's where I keep all that data. I don't want to manipulate it really at all. And so I'll normally create another sheet to where I'll go look at that data from. And so all you have to do is hit the plus sign in Excel and it creates a new sheet. So go back to sheet 1, and we're going to insert. So up at the top, you can see the insert button. If you click that, you'll see a Vantage Point interface. So at the very top, you see Vantage Point on the ribbon? Yeah, there you go. Sorry. There is also an insert that Excel has.
Yeah, I was like, hey!
Oh, awesome.
You gotta go to the Vantage Point first and then the insert.
No.
I did that, this came up.
The action is not available completely. Oh,
As soon as I hit that, insert this.
Oh, it's because you're editing that cell. No, you're not. Now go to insert.
that,
There you go. There. And so we're going to select history because we're going to look at some historical values. Then click next. So down here's the output location. You can go select it. We have one selected. It takes wherever your cursor is at. So the second one down is history.
History?
And then so now you see the same folder structure, the My Enterprise, the public. We're going to go to IUA, wastewater, CCWRF.
I don't know.
I don't have Vantage Point.
You don't have it?
You know?
It doesn't say it on its Excel.
Oh, wow.
Oh. They may not have installed it on that.
They're SOL, sir.
Yeah. I guess you're going to have to share.
Sharing is caring.
So this is where you'll drill down and you see the tags that you want to, let's actually do sodium hypochlorite. I'm going to actually look at tank levels.
It's raining here.
Sodium hypochlorite.
So if you go into the tertiary, there's sodium hypochlorite. And down below, you'll see the list of tags appear.
Way ahead, for sure.
Yep.
And then you can double click one and it'll go over. We want to select them over into this. There's an arrow to add them over here. And these are the ones that are going to appear in there. So you click on there.
Oh, this one?
Yep.
Oh, I did the plus one.
There. Sorry. And so you see your tank levels. You can select one. So select that one or double click it and it's going to go over there. And then select the other one. So those are the values. So you can keep dragging stuff over there to the right if you want more values or not. But we're just going to look at these.
Okay.
So then you hit next. This one is the time range you actually want to look at that data, or find that data.
It's always defaulted to 5 minutes?
This one does, but I mean you can change it to 24 hours, or you can even change these to an actual exact time, date, a week, or whatever.
Oh, okay.
You can also select use this range, and and if you select a cell selection, you can actually go new and go, let's say you type the range in somewhere in the spreadsheet, you could use that if you want. Or today, we're just gonna use a straight 24 hours.
Take those.
And then you hit next. And this is kind of how the data is gonna come to you. Normally leave all these default. You don't really have to change any of these. I'm going to show you an advanced feature that allows you to get like one every 10 seconds or sample every minute rather than all of the data for the past 24 hours because you're going to get tens of thousands of rows of data. So make sure that this down here is this is called skip advanced options. Make sure it's unchecked.
Okay.
And then hit next. And so these are your advanced options. You can actually have it count the number of tags. You can have it average tags for you over the time period that you selected. There's a lot of different things you can do on this. What we're going to do is look at the maximum and then you can figure out your sampling period. And then I'm going to use for every minute. And then you can say starting from the beginning of your time period or the end, it'll go back every minute and collect a data point.
You're using maximum, you said?
Yeah, what it does is it looks over the minute and finds the max value in that minute, and it returns that. That's what that's going to do. Probably should use. So then, when you have those selected, you hit next. We don't want to do anything in this kind of editing. I normally leave all of these default, the last one's default. And then you hit finish. And what that does is it goes out and grabs that data. Wasn't there.
Why it says no?
It's very
Mine doesn't.
You got all the data?
You guys know.
Let's go back.
Mine just like froze.
I got something else. I don't have data, I got something else.
It's got an hour. Timestamp, you guys know.
Mine says this
It's
is what
floating.
requires 86,000 rows and 3 columns.
You have too much data.
I did what you did.
So, if we want to edit what it went and got, if you select where it was, keep that cell and hit edit. It'll go back. And this is kind of what you've gone and
You can repopulate it.
I can repopulate or change it to something else.
That's nice, so you don't start from the beginning.
Right.
Cell selection.
And so you can go back.
Okay.
We can find out. Yeah, then hit next. Hit next again.
No, I'll never use
Depending on
it.
the server connections, I don't know.
Bring out my level. I'm done. Say I come up with the same stuff.
And then you're gonna be having to do these reports all over.
Oh, hell no. You pay me enough for this.
Telling me to raise, huh?
He has access to this stuff, so we shouldn't have to do this stuff.
So,
Mine keeps something, they're finally.
came up, yours is just slow.
Very.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, I don't know why this data is null.
Think about it.
I don't know, it's silver.
I want to like 8 o'clock.
came out from the storage report.
Then,
Yeah, but it should be, no, it should be whatever.
since 8 o'clock.
You just call it instinct. Yeah.
That's what do you think you went and got some flow sheets?
Let's do the one that is cheaper.
You didn't want this, you need to figure it all around.
I keep it there.
So Dan, when are you gonna come? Was it on February schedule?
No, that's what I'm supposed to do this week.
You're supposed to go this week?
Yeah. So you did this.
So this will give you data, and then I normally on sheet 2 is what the reason I do this is because this has, you can see if you select the cell, there's a crazy long equation in there. What that's doing is it's going out to the database, pulling that and saying, hey, I need this exact data from the database, and putting it in Excel. So it becomes an equation. If you were to take this and email it to someone, it's actually going to go try and connect to the database.
Oh.
And it's going to say, hey, I can't connect or I can't get the data. And so there's a convert to value. So if you know you're not really going to use it, I would save it as something else, as value only, and then say convert to values. And what it does is it grabs these values and pastes them in there as values. That equation goes away and that value just stays there. And then you can email it or do whatever you want.
So convert values?
Yeah.
Convert function or sheet?
Sheet, huh?
For you guys, the sheet, because we only have one sheet that's done. You can have multiple sheets that get different data if you want. There's a lot of different things you can do. And so when you do that, when you convert the sheet, it converts all this to values.
We didn't convert all of them.
You didn't? Or you think some?
Some are no. Yeah.
Converted those. There's no equation. So what you do then, after you've kind of done this, don't really have to convert to values, but on this other sheet, what I like to do is actually format this a little better. I go over to the other sheet and say equal that value over there, just so this one I can format and do whatever I want. And my data sheet always stays, which is raw data. But if, let's say you want to publish this, to say you're done formatting it, you've made things bold, centered things, and cut decimal points down, all you do is hit the publish button. And since this one doesn't really have a parameter, you say a report with no parameter, and then next, and we're back to that same folder structure. You can go to public, IUA, publish it up there. You can get on your business computer, you can say, hey, look, there's that report I just made. And that's how you connect to that. And so you were thinking all your values for like levels.
Yeah, but I don't know if I should.
And that's how, I mean, that's pretty much how reports are made. You saw that report that I had published. I had made all of that in Excel and had it go out and pull data from actually your ops database, all your handwritten stuff, and formatted it on another page, and made it, and then published it with just Excel. So there's a lot of different things you can do with it. You spend the time, sit down, and get into it.
You gotta give the perception.
Make it pretty and colorful.
Perception of doing work.
So essentially, that's all of the reporting that Vantage Point does. A lot of it is mainly just pulling data like that, and then it'll do averaging on it or anything like that. And so once you have the data actually here as values, you can go to this other sheet and create an Excel chart of that data. It'll chart the data and make things. It becomes Excel. Whatever you can do in Excel, it can be published as a report.
So this is more for technical services.
Keep track. Oh, look at this genius over here.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
He's showing off.
It's not doing what I want it to.
So I think that concludes our trend. Do you guys have any questions or anything on the trends or?
I'll just have to play with it once I get my hands on it.
Yeah. Unless you guys have more of that. The trends are pretty, once you start clicking into it, the health menu is pretty good about explaining what specific buttons are and stuff like that. But there's a lot of neat stuff for you guys.
Pretty cool.
Thank you.
That's it.
Tomorrow, do we have to do this again tomorrow?
You guys can come back and play for maybe an hour or two if you want, but this is the end of the session.